The wide open search concludes in-house. Joe Brady is the Buffalo Bills' next head coach. Announced yesterday, he's signed a 5-year deal as the next coach of the Bills. No word on his staff as of yet, some rumors out there. But this Thursday at noon, Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs 7-4.
Here's Dahlin with an empty net. Scores! Hat-trick goal for Rasmus Dahlin, the first of his career. And the Sabres go up 7-4 with 43.4 seconds to go in the third.
As heard there, Rasmus Dahlin scored a hat-trick for the first time in his career. Something to note also, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen exited the game in the first period and did not return, so we'll be awaiting updates on his status as well. The Sabres return home next for the first time in a little while, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Bill Belichick not voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot, creating some controversy. Titans have hired Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator. Zach Rosenblatt reports the Jets reached out to John Gruden about the idea of joining Aaron Glenn's staff. Gruden, however, was not interested in the job. Diana Rossini reports the Cardinals interviewed former Commanders head coach Ron Rivera for their head coaching vacancy, and the Broncos fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
I felt
Coach watch is over. We got a coach. And the Sabres ragdoll the Leafs. Anytime you put a crooked number on the board like a 7.
Yeah, I love it.
Like Toronto radio will be on fire today about sell this, sell that.
Yep.
I saw some of the major Toronto media moguls and influencers like, that's it. It's over this year. So the Sabres stole the Leafs soul last night. That's great. The standing looks great. I promise you, yesterday I had the thought, after the Joe Brady news came down, I thought, these poor Sabres are going to go up there and murder the Leafs, and it's going to get buried by an avalanche of, we got to talk about Joe Brady getting the head coaching job for the Bills. So
that's what they did.
To the Sabres fans, we've got, the good news is, for the Sabres, we've got such a season to talk about, and like next week and the week after, and then post-Olympics and playoffs. Like, we got time on them. Rasmus Dahlin, a hat trick last night in an incredible performance from them again. UPL got hurt. That's not great news. But
Kesselring's out there talking about the cup yesterday. He's like, I'm starting to think about what we're going to do once we're in the playoffs. I'm like, whoa, slow down there, Michael. Jeez.
I'm starting to think about it. I'm thinking about the St. Louis Blues from a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. Colton Chaos, though.
Chaos.
Good little stable night, I would say, for him for the most part.
Disappointing. If Colton Chaos doesn't give you a little bit of a thrill, then what are we here for?
A couple times he came out of the net to play a puck, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Something crazy's about to happen.
Especially when they're up a goal, when they're up 2 goals, they should lean in it's time for some chaos. Let these fans get a little taste.
There was one he caught on the dot in the defensive zone and backhanded off the boards right next to the net, and I just about died when that happened.
That was one of the ones.
Oh my God! What are we doing?
Love it.
It's the best. It was as good a night as he's had. It was good last night.
He's really good. He's really good.
All I'm saying is that people used to sit down in Hasek's end to watch him play twice. Give me enough Colton Chaos. I might sit down there twice.
I'm in.
Holy cow, what are you doing?
Yep.
All right, Sabres win, and the Bills hire Joe Brady. So the coaching search is over, and off we go to coordinators, defensive coordinators, all that. It is a very unpopular move yesterday. Maybe people will come around. Maybe tomorrow's press conference, the introductory press conference at 12 tomorrow, will make people feel better, make people feel worse. Who knows? Mm-hmm. I said to you yesterday when you asked, like, who would you bet to win the job, and you had the live odds, and I said I'd bet Joe Brady.
1,200.
Because I thought he was very much in it. I'd had someone say to me, it's going to be Brady, and it's going to be quick. And I was so reluctant to believe that to be true that I kind of thought, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Right.
And sure enough, that source was correct. So trust your sources, even if they tell you things that you don't want to hear.
Unbelievable.
You don't want to hear it. I did not want to hear it. That said, whatever. We're all going to take a lot of calls about Brady, about the Bills process. The reaction around the league is very much what you heard from Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd, which if you're confusing them, maybe you like that. But the reaction around the league is,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. I think there's a very easy thing to be upset with, and it's not even really, doesn't have to be controversial. Their process and how quick it went. Other teams are having multiple interviews.
Yeah.
The Bills.
And have been doing it weeks longer than the Bills have. Like, their starting point was weeks
The
before
Raiders
the Bills
are still going for weeks and weeks and weeks. The Cardinals, maybe these teams are doing massive overhauls, and that's why they need more conversations.
And maybe they're striking out on candidates that they might have wanted. Like the Browns, maybe, if Grant Udinski wanted to be their head coach, might have had a coach a week ago.
That's right. Yeah. And the Browns are trying to keep Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
There might be factors, but the Bills' coaching search is rip through a bunch of interviews and be done.
Right.
One set of interviews.
Talk to everybody once.
Joe Brady interviewed with the Ravens twice.
And the Raiders twice.
Sure.
I think and maybe there's another one. At least those two. He did 2 interviews.
And the Bills went through a bunch of interviews, got Rooney Rule compliant on Saturday, added a late Nate Schillhouse interview. We're good. Brady.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound like a thorough process to only have one interview per candidate. But maybe their interviews are longer. I guess I can't know the inner workings of that. It's kind of funny. Like, just listening yesterday, it was a full freak out from a lot of people, understandably, because I think what you wanted yesterday, or the day they hired their coach, you wanted to believe that things that they do will be different. And the only big criticism I would have of Joe Brady, and it's a fairly big one, is he is the only one where I am not allowed to be convinced that they will stop the nonsense game they've been playing at wide receiver. Mm-hmm. I have to wait. For 3 months, have to tell people they should take a receiver, and for 3 months, have people tell me, they won't. Mm-hmm. If Grant Udinski had the job, I'd be like, he just watched his team draft Travis Hunter 2nd overall and then traded for another one after having Brian Thomas Jr.
And was in Minnesota before that, where they had Jefferson and a first-round pick on Jordan Addison, and you go down the list.
And with Brady, I have a quote from him this season where he said guys aren't exactly running away from people in man coverage. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Like guys aren't exactly getting open like that in the league, or some crazy thing like that. Like, what?
I mean, it's the whole mentality under the umbrella of everybody eats that kind of died off in October, and they haven't used the phrase since and stopped working.
Hopefully they tell him we're not going to really use that, because people are upset today. They'll come around. They always come around. They'll come around. But we're not going to say everybody eats anymore.
No, again, they haven't really used it since October. Like, they stopped using it. So, yeah, I don't think this is going to go over well. I don't think it already has gone over very well. And to me, it dispels a lot of the things that the Bills tried to play in the press conference, that they were going to have a wide-open search. This was a wide-open look when you went through a less thorough search than every other team and you landed on a guy that was in-house. It gives the appearance, at least, that, you were just doing that all to make it look like you were doing a real search, and then you were always just going to land on Joe Brady, unless he botched the interview somehow. You were going to land on
You are required to do what they did. You can't just elevate a guy.
Extent.
You have to have a search.
Right.
So to have an open search, of course you're just going to talk to a couple candidates. If they didn't have to by league rule, would they have had a search?
No, maybe not. They might have just promoted Brady.
That's the thing. Like it. Go ahead. You let it finish what you were saying.
The other part of it that I think is unraveling is the idea that Sean McDermott was fired because of hitting the proverbial playoff wall and not because of some power play or some internal relationship that fell apart in the Bills front office and McDermott. Because if the playoff wall was the reason you got rid of the last coach, you are keeping someone who was a part of that.
Yeah, a big part of it.
A big part of it. All the failures in the fourth quarter and overtime and 3 consecutive playoff losses, he's the coordinator for. And you're signing up for that going forward. If it was all about the playoff wall, then how are the GM and the offensive coordinator still going? That doesn't add up. So to me, I'm left to believe, any thought that McDermott's relationship and maybe his questioning of the roster would have been a much bigger piece of it than just, they just lost to Denver. And then they lost the 2 games to Kansas City. Yep. That was the reason why McDermott was gone from the last 3 years. I don't buy it. Doesn't make sense. And also the personnel part of it that you're seeing reported from Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport about how Joe Brady was aligned on personnel.
The quote is the alignment is important between coaching and player personnel. He understood the relationship between that. What does that mean?
That doesn't sound good either, because that sounds to me like, there were reports about McDermott questioning the roster. He kind of did that openly also during the season in the press conferences. And that sounds to me like you're hiring a coach who knows he's not going to question that. That it's not his place to say, oh no, our roster isn't good enough. You leave that to the GM. And if he thinks the roster is good enough, then that's what goes.
That's what it is, right?
So to me, like that lines up with a lot of the reasons we thought McDermott got fired, that they were trying to dispel in the press conference. And I think hiring Brady reinforces them.
Yeah, it's a very scary idea. Not that this is the truth, but there is some belief. It's a scary idea that merely thinking your roster is not as good as the GM is a problem. The GM thinks it's a certain level of good. Sir, I do not think it's that good. I mean, he said it's a championship roster. He was asked that question. Maybe he felt he had to say that. Yeah, I believe it's a championship roster. And his answer on how he knew that was because he's been a part of teams that have gone to the Super Bowl before. He's been a part of this team for 9 years, 8 years, and has not been to a Super Bowl. But it's a championship roster. Like, he wanted to say it's a championship roster before it got to the thing that it did. I think you could do that in some of their seasons and say they had a championship caliber roster. It's all predetermined, it feels. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to take credit away from Joe Brady, who has had a good offense. He's had a good offense. He has not had, in my opinion, a great offense. And everything you want to give me about points per this and EPA and success rate, they built a great run game. I have reason to wonder if they will still have a great run game with Aaron Cromer leaving. Mm-hmm. Is Aaron Cromer the architect of the run game? Because if Aaron Cromer is the architect of the run game and Joe Brady was solely responsible for the passing game, then that is terrifying. And I think that there's reason to believe that might have been the case as well. Cromer's gone. Who's designing your run game? And are you hoping to, again, with Josh Allen, be a team that uses his body like a battering ram and has him throw 25 touchdowns and then flies a flag about how many touchdowns he had? 25 passing touchdowns. His rushing touchdowns are way up under Brady. Mm-hmm. The idea of protecting him, keeping him healthy, he runs more. He scrambles more. He got battered this season. He got smashed around in a way we never saw before. And that guy in charge of the offense that got him smashed around is back and elevated. Mm-hmm. So, man, I think it's a tough sell, and I will do what I said I would, which is get me to free agency in the draft, and if they have a good enough receiver core, then all is forgiven. I cannot believe I'm going to be sitting here again unconvinced. And I don't know if they can convince me on Thursday, but they don't seem like the kind of group that wants to entertain the idea that they possibly could have done any better.
All right.
And I need Thursday. I need them to not be afraid of hurting Curtis Samuel's feelings. I need them to be able to say, yes, we are absolutely going to attack that position and give Josh Allen everything he needs. That's what I need. At some point today, I'm going to play what Mike McDaniel said about Justin Herbert. Just his quote about Herbert and how he views him and wants to use him. It's nuanced, but it's exactly what you would hope to hear from the Bills, and it is what they like to say, but it's definitely not what they like to do.
Well, and the other thing that I think we'll hear a little of today, because I think in some cases this is just fans trying to find where is that light at the end of the tunnel, like somewhere. Like Nate had a funny tweet yesterday. They're like, "This is everybody coming together here. We're all coming together as Bills fans because there's nobody that likes this hire." And like maybe there's a 5% faction.
I saw Joe Biscaglia's straw poll had like 6% say yes.
Okay, there you go.
Which
6%.
is, by the way, about the same number when I put it up the night of the draft that said Josh Allen would be their pick. So hey, that's good.
That's fine. Keon Coleman also was not a pick that a lot of people liked.
That's right.
But whatever. So, all right, 6%. There are a few out there that like it. But otherwise, like most people are in line with like, oh, this was not what you wanted. This is not what you wanted the result of this search to end up being. And you have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel. And one of them is, oh, well, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, like, well, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field, real routes, wide receiver, right? Like, the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, like, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, well, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve. The other thing I think about the Bills, and this is like a 2 to 3 year problem. This actually predates Joe Brady. To me, it feels like their offensive plan is always attacking the previous year. When are they ahead of that curve? I guess they maybe thought they were with Dalton Kincaid, who is not the kind of player that they probably thought they were going to draft. I don't know. Maybe they thought he could be more of a matchup nightmare. He's very good, but he's kind of siloed in a role. You know exactly what he does. And every year, it's, we'll just attack what we did wrong this past season. Do they think that the Chiefs and the Bengals and the Ravens and these other teams and the Patriots are all just going to stand still while they make their small change and then they'll be better? Because part of the wide receiver conversation for me, Joe, and this conversation about downfield passing is every offseason is an arms race. And I watch so many teams at least attempt to stock up while the Bills are just like, oh, no, we're fine. We're fine. The answer is always in-house. I saw there's a guy on Instagram, Buffalo Origin Story. Does a lot of funny stuff on Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't know his actual name. He's on with Del Reed sometimes in the Mafia Family Ties show, too. And he pointed out how often the answer for the Bills is already in the room, already in-house.
I did see a joke made that like they only are able to call 716 numbers.
Bobby Babbage was, he's actually the guy that's going to be defensive coordinator when Leslie Frazier leaves. It turns out the answer is in-house. Okay. Receiver, somebody, who is it? Oh, Gabe Davis. Jordan Poyer, Jordan Phillips. The answer is always somebody they know. It's always somebody they know.
Well, and on receiver,
until Brandon Cook shows up, I guess.
Well, on receiver too, though, like to me, it is twofold. It is one, you've got the GM bringing in mid-level receivers and spending a lot of money on them. So much money. Like $27 million on for a season of Curtis Samuel, Josh Palmer, and Elijah Moore. Like, let's throw some money at mid-level guys. But capable, right? They're veterans, and you would much rather draft them. It makes more sense for the salary cap. It makes more sense for upside and trying to find number 1 guys or even number 2 guys for the long term. But then you want to patch it together with these average veterans. They went that path. But what Brady then did with the average receivers is made them less capable than where they were the stop before.
Yeah, everyone comes here to die.
Josh Palmer, Curtis Samuel, and Elijah Moore, I looked up, in the season previous to the Bills, combined for 162 catches and 1,700 yards. It's not even that great.
No.
But it's capable. It's about 500 yards a guy. And in their first years in Buffalo, they combined for 62 receptions for 600 yards. Their production was cut in a third or in 2/3. And to me, that's the coaching. That's the structure of the offense. That's designing an offense that is built to run the ball first. I mean, you should not have average receivers coming here with Josh Allen and then finding themselves in career lows. I mean, when John Brown and Cole Beasley were brought here, they were not superstars. They probably weren't that far off the level of receiver that these guys were. But what happened there? Same quarterback. They ascended. They became the best they had ever been. And to me, that's coaching. That's the structure of your offense. And which offense was more dangerous? Which was the one, I know, the number 1 in EPA stats, that's all going to be regular season. They talked about playoffs in the press conference. This was about playoff wall. So what are the playoffs? And to me, that previous offense was getting the job done and did it repeatedly, 13 seconds game, and even before that. Whereas this offense has repeatedly let them down in the games they've lost late. 1 touchdown on 10 drives in the fourth quarter and overtime in the last 3 losses.
I had Nate Geary has coined McDermott derangement syndrome. I really believe there's a 13 seconds derangement syndrome now also that's kind of infiltrated, where the defense gives up a touchdown and it's 13 seconds all over again. Like Denver, they gave up the game-tying touchdown. That's right, they did. If the Bills had scored a touchdown on the previous drive, it wouldn't have mattered. You had the ball at the 14-yard line. Everyone treats the games like they are the 13 seconds game. The number of times I heard yesterday a person call in to say 27 should be enough to win a game. And yet the Super Bowl NFC side of it, 31-27 was the final. The 27 was scored on the best defense in football. The team with the best defense in football, 27 wasn't enough. It's a higher degree of difficulty. You're going to the playoffs and playing good to great quarterbacks. It's going to be tougher. And you need your defense to make stops and your offense to finish the job. And 3 straight years, your offense hasn't done it. Well, guy dropped a pass. Get over it. Call the next play.
Yep.
In their biggest moments in 3 years, they've called screens.
Yeah, right.
Although the screen
this year, 3rd and 8 to Shakir was a screen.
It was a screen. And
a touchdown wins the game for you.
And Allen misses the throw a little bit there.
Last year on a 3rd and 9 on the final drive, they called a screen to Amari Cooper.
On the final drives, they're calling run plays for 0 yards. In the biggest drives of the season, when they can kill games or win games, they are wasting first down. And that's your offense. And that guy got promoted. So I hope he can evolve. I don't think it has to be terrible. I think it could be great. But they're going to nail their defensive coordinator hire. Jim Leonard said to be a leading candidate. I feel like they might have to throw Jim Leonard twice as much as anybody else so they can get him, so they can calm people down about the hire.
Yeah.
Because the defensive
coordinator... That's getting some rave reviews. Oh, I only knew a little bit about him. I want to...
It would be a massive change to what they do defensively. Very aggressive, man-heavy, multiple fronts. It would be an exotic defense in terms of what it does.
Everybody likes the idea of him, though.
They have to get him.
Especially
he's talking to Dallas. He's talking to a number of teams. If they don't get him and they just roll back with Bobby Babich, it's going to get worse in terms of how people view the offseason. Mark in Buffalo. Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning. First time, long time. Enjoy my ride to work. First of all, Sabres, just wow. Anyway, I have been in the Dable and Kubiak camp since this has started. And my first question going to Kubiak would be, other teams have already been able to interview him. My first question is, and I'll go through these quick and then I'll hang up and listen.
Why can't the Bills?
Why didn't the Bills not know?
They can't. They were not allowed to.
Yeah, they couldn't until February 9th.
The rules of when they fired their coach, you cannot have your first interview be after when the Bills did. So they were by rule not allowed to.
Okay, so that's fine. So my question then would be then, do you think it possibly trickles down, maybe even like a gentleman's agreement, that it gets down to people in Buffalo, the head, whoever, listen, Kubiak is going to take the Raiders job, or Kubiak is not interested in coming to the Bills, and we find that out through backdoor channels.
Very possible.
And
yes. Very.
I mean, these are questions. These are questions that we're never going to know, right? We'll never know the answers to these questions. But these are the things that I think about. Like, we don't even get a chance to talk to the guy. So that was my main point on that. And then just on the Brady hire, if the Bills do not get some one or two top-tier offensive players for Josh and around Josh, this will be the same Bills going forward. Thanks for taking my call, and appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah,
it's that we'll get some more calls and a break. And I would say it's not even that they have to do it. I'm not even sure that they want to, and that's the problem that I have. If they decide to, they don't even try to do it. I guess Keon Coleman is a try.
But it's one swing.
Coleman is one swing, and the guy that wanted him, that lobbied for him, famously in the press conference, the coaching staff wanted him. Who do you think that was? That's the guy that's now the head coach. Mm-hmm. Why did he want him? Because he blocks? That's just rough.
It was one swing, and you left the batter's box.
One swing in the top 100 picks in the entire tenure of the GM to try to grow a receiver. One pick in the top 100 picks of your entire tenure as a GM, the one swing, and we were told at the press conference you didn't even want to, the coaching staff did, and the coach that did it or wanted it mostly is presumed, I would think, to be now the head coach.
Yeah. Well,
just try. Everyone wants to tell me, what about Romeo Doubs? No $12 million guy to just come in and be a guy. No. Which is why I'm hereby announcing in every future Bills wide receiver tweet going forward, I'll be tagging Joe Brady in it.
I noticed that.
One thing is different. You can now tweet at the Bills head coach.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever going to go on Twitter again, but you can tweet at him. Be nice. He's a nice guy. We talked to him at training camp a couple years in a row now.
He is a Florida Panthers fan.
He is a Florida Panthers fan.
Which is fine. He's from there.
Oh, team out of the playoffs? Can't relate, Joe. Sorry.
I was going to say, what are we worried about? He's a fan of a worse hockey team. I think that point, though, about that's my optimism, too, is just they do take a swing or two or three at wide receiver this summer, and they nail it. They just, even by luck, a chance, just because you swung at it. You get a couple of guys, rookies hopefully, that are productive and are able to give you an element of your offense that you have not had in the last 2 years. That would, to me, lie to, can Brady channel the ability to get the most out of that position? Because he has the LSU background. We can do whatever you want with that. You might sit there and say he had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Anybody that had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow was going to have an elite offense. Then he got to Carolina, and for 1 year, I have 1 year of evidence that says he can get the most out of that position because he had a year where both Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore, who are not the best receiver in the league,
they're guys,
both had career seasons, and Curtis Samuel had a great season at the same time. But you know what happened in the second year? Everyone figured him out, and then he got fired in Carolina. So I got 1 year of sample size that says he was able to do it at that position. So I hope he's able to. You got to take the swings first, and then he needs to do better with that position than what he's done with even the average level guys that he's had a chance to get something out of and hasn't.
803-0550. Your reaction. We'll talk with Sal at 7 o'clock. The press conference is tomorrow at noon. We'll hear from the Bills head coach. Will Brandon Beane be up there again? I would hope so. I would think so. Lots of questions for him about this. And Joe Brady has been announced as the Bills' next head coach. Coach Watch lasted 9 days. 8 days. Really, 8 days.
8 days.
8 days.
How long did the Sean McDermott hiring process go?
Ooh, good question.
A lot longer, right?
Maybe. I don't remember as many candidates, but I don't know.
I mean, Rex was fired in the middle of the season, too. So
true.
Tough.
By the way,
there was one game.
There's also a point I thought of that, which is, if they had thought Joe Brady was head coach material, and whatever, I guess we'll get to this later, but this wasn't a plan going in. This is their plan once Pagula claims he just snapped his fingers and said, like, now's the time. If they decided now's the time in October, you would have 2 months of Joe Brady as your head coach and see, like, what's this look like, and have another playoff game. And then we all could have looked at the process, like, we're going to go out there and look, and now we think it's Joe Brady that's going to keep the job. We've actually seen him coach for 2 months. That looks good to us because you have an interim coach. But I don't know. It's not I know Bills Mafia is not all that pleased with it. And I regret to inform everyone I'm just going to sit and talk about receiver again. But at least everyone's at least this time everyone is on board. Except maybe the coach and the GM. We'll have to find out about that. 803-0550 on WGR. The reaction around the league is very much what you heard from Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd, which if you're confusing them, maybe you like that. But the reaction around the league is,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. I think there's a very easy thing to be upset with, and it's not even really, doesn't have to be controversial. Their process and how quick it went. Other teams are having multiple interviews.
Yeah.
The Bills
and have been doing it weeks longer than the Bills have. Like, their starting point was weeks
The
before
Raiders
the Bills
are still going for weeks and weeks and weeks. The Cardinals, like, maybe these teams are doing massive overhauls, and that's why they need more conversations.
And maybe they're striking out on candidates that they might have wanted. Like the Browns, maybe, if Grant Udinski wanted to be their head coach, might have had a coach a week ago.
That's right. Yeah. And the Browns are trying to keep Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
There might be factors, but the Bills' coaching search is rip through a bunch of interviews and be done.
Right.
One set
Talk
of interviews.
to everybody once.
Joe Brady interviewed with the Ravens twice.
And the Raiders twice.
Sure.
I think and maybe there's another one. At least those two. He did 2 interviews.
And the Bills went through a bunch of interviews, got Rooney Rule compliant on Saturday, added a late Nate Schillhouse interview. We're good. Brady.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound like a thorough process to only have one interview per candidate. But maybe their interviews are longer. I guess I can't know the inner workings of that. It's kind of funny. Like, just listening yesterday, it was a full freak out from a lot of people, understandably, because I think what you wanted yesterday, or the day they hired their coach, you wanted to believe that things that they do will be different.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field. Real routes, wide receiver, right? Like, the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So, to me, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding him back.
Brady's.
Yeah, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve.
The open search concludes in-house. Joe Brady, the Buffalo Bills' next head coach, announced yesterday he has signed a 5-year deal as the next coach of the Bills. Denver Broncos pass game coordinator Jim Leonhard is expected to be the leading candidate to become the new defensive coordinator for the Bills, so his pick there, according to Adam Schefter. No other updates on his potential staffing as of yet. Tomorrow at noon, Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs 7-4.
Here's Dahlin with an empty net. Scores! Hat-trick goal for Rasmus Dahlin, the first of his career. And the Sabres go up 7-4 with 43.4 seconds to go in the third.
As heard there, Rasmus Dahlin scored a hat trick for the first time in his career. Something to note, Luukkonen exited the game in the first period with an injury and did not return, so we'll be awaiting updates on his status as well. The Sabres next return home for the first time in a while, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Bill Belichick not voted in to the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot. The Titans hired Brian Daboll as the team's offensive coordinator. The Athletic's Zach Rosenblatt reports that the Jets reached out to John Gruden about the idea of joining Aaron Glenn's staff. Gruden, however, was not interested in the job. The Broncos fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Broncos passing game coordinator Davis Webb received interview requests for the Ravens, Eagles, and Giants offensive coordinator vacancies. The Cardinals also interviewing Ron Rivera for their vacant head coaching position. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
There are certain hires in the NFL that are absolutely obvious. When the Broncos went from Nat Hackett to Sean Payton, you knew, I knew that was going to be an upgrade. When the Chargers went Brandon Staley to Jim Harbaugh, ask yourself this: is Joe Brady a better coach than Sean McDermott? A, I don't know, and B, I don't think so. That's not to say it's not going to work. But the Steelers hired Mike McCarthy. Why? Mike is a Pittsburgh guy and it makes them comfortable. Joe Brady is hired because he makes them comfortable, and he's worked with Josh Allen.
It's Colin Cowherd. There's one obvious, to me, glaring difference between the examples that Cowherd cites. Most of the guys that were fired and someone hired, and when he says it's obvious, like, who got fired? Nathaniel Hackett. Like, oh, right. Okay. It's obvious to say they got a better coach. John Harbaugh. They fired Brian Daboll. He had years of losing seasons after a good one. It's obvious they go to a more reputable coach. The Bills did not fire someone where it's easy to say they got a better coach, not because we don't know about the second coach, but because we do know the first coach had a very good record. So, I feel like, not that that's a cherry-picked point. I understand the general point he's making, but, replacing a good coach, that's rare. You do not often replace a coach that won a playoff game, and the Bills have decided to go in this direction, and that makes it different, of course. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It is New Coach Wednesday. New Coach Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we'll take your calls on that.
Kind of new.
I just tweeted out my pros and cons on Brady getting the job. Pros, bright young offensive mind, relationship with the quarterback. I like that. I like having an offensive mind. If, in fact, they do find, their wagon offense, guess what? He never leaves. He never has to leave. And that is a benefit.
Yep.
That is absolutely a benefit. It's something we watched when Brian Daboll had to leave, and, Ken Dorsey got fired, and it's Joe Brady, and we thought Joe Brady might leave. And if they had won the Super Bowl this year and Brady leaves, we'd be wondering about the future of the offense. So you kind of stop the churning of the offense if, in fact, it is good enough to churn. The cons, for me, does he really think it's okay to cobble together a non-separating wide receiver group that's inefficient cost-wise and is at the root of your offensive problems, all the way down to your quarterback getting smashed 40 times, a career high in sacks? And does he subscribe to the notion that 30 should be enough to win? I can't live like that. You can't walk into a game and say, 30 should do it. That's not how games work. Games are played. Sometimes you need more, and this team has not had the answers when they've needed more. They've not held up their end of the 13 seconds. Mm-hmm. So whatever. The 13 seconds fallout. What am I trying to say? The 13 seconds derangement syndrome. I don't know. I'm not furious about it. I don't think they're screwed. I don't think they're people go pretty far with this. I feel about the same as I did when they fired McDermott, which is just like address your obvious issues and don't pretend you're a Super Bowl roster. Be real about it.
He was not in my 5 most favorite ideas, 7 most favorite ideas. I don't know how many there really would have been. He also was not my least favorite idea. Like, I do think, I don't know how realistic this was, though. It would have been worse to me had they gone in the direction of a veteran defensive-minded coach. Like, when they interviewed Lou Anarumo, I never thought for a second that actually would happen. But
I thought it could be possible.
Okay, if they did, like, that to me would have been a much worse idea. I would have been way less happy with that move than this one. And maybe Anthony Lynn, and maybe there were a couple of other guys they talked to that I would have felt that way about, but I was hoping, all right, refresh button, new voice, new style of offense, new staff, come on. Like, let's take this out for a spin and change it up. And they again, like, they are showing their hand that it was just all about getting McDermott out. It wasn't about new culture, new, style of game planning and offense. It was just about, no, we just needed McDermott out.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out if they make significant changes to their defense. That's the next step. Jim Leonard, we'll try to learn about him along the way, too. Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's been, I feel like this offseason has aged me in ways that no other offseason has. I've taken the past 7 to 8 days to just accept that, okay, we no longer have McDermott. I'm on board with changing the head coach. This is a great idea. And then they say, okay, after all of these interviews, we got our guy. It's Joe Brady. Now, I hope I'm wrong. And I will be the first person to own my own words, but I just don't like this hire. I know, he's a great young offensive mind, but the problem is we've seen what he can do with what we have, right? You guys have converted me. I've always been a run-first, defense-first kind of guy, but we have Josh Allen, and we are just wasting his talent, his pure talent, right? And I thought we were going to get a guy in here that's going to be a fresh set of eyes, a new voice. Let's overhaul this roster so that we can use these talents. I don't want an offense I love James Cook, and I love that he led the league in rushing. I don't want to run on first down 70% of the time. I have Josh Allen. Let's use his abilities to guide this offense. When we need our offense the most, okay, I don't want to talk about the regular season. I don't want to talk about the first or second half, first 3 quarters of a game in the playoffs. When we needed our offense the most, I feel like is when he's let us down. And I thought maybe if we just got somebody else in his ear, somebody else that could just give him some different type of advice or whatever it may be, we'd have a better opportunity, because at the end of the game, when we need Josh Allen to come through the most, he hasn't. And that's just me being honest. I hope I'm wrong. All right? I have the next 6 or 7 months to convince myself that Joe Brady is the guy, because at the end of the day, this is my team. It's my favorite sports team in all of sports. I'm going to root for them. I'm going to hope they succeed. I really hope Joe Brady wins us the Super Bowl, and I'm eating crow, right? I'll eat the biggest plate of crow there is. But today, I feel like this was a convenient hire, the easy way out, and it does not sit well with me.
Thanks, Mo. Yeah, people wanted a new voice, and that's justifiable. And maybe I think about it's not exactly the best comparison because it was, again, very bad versus very good. But I think about when Ralph Kruger left, they elevated Don Granato, and we saw it was very different. Mm-hmm. Sometimes an assistant will work for a head coach, and when given the chance to do things his way, it's very, very different. But am I going to watch a draft where it's defensive end first round, defensive end second round, defensive lineman third round, linebacker fourth round, safety fifth round? Again, just really throwing every single – and did he get the job because he won't push back on that? Because he won't have to fight with the GM? Like the messaging from it's got to be messaging from the Bills. He understands the alignment and the relationship between coaching and player personnel. What does that mean? What's the relationship? These are questions to be asked on Thursday.
Right.
Are you allowed to ask for a player? Are you allowed to say, my guards stink? You better get me a guard? Is that okay? Or is it, he understands the relationship? Like saying that way, like, that's not your job. I know what the team should look like. I'm the talent man. I drafted Josh Allen. You keep quiet. I don't think that's what it is, but we got to find out. We got to find out what it means.
It's not that all the way, but it's more of that than it was, right? Like, and that is simply by he now reports to Brandon Beane, right? That's what Beane said. Coach is going to report to the GM. That's not how it was before. So, right, it's not all the way to you shut up, it's my roster, and I do what I want with it. Of course, there is collaboration, but it is closer to that. Even if it's only by a little bit, it is. He reports to the GM, and McDermott didn't. So, and when that is used as one of the reasons why he would be hired and got the job, that would, again, lead me to believe, he's not going to go out and give a significant challenge to management about the roster.
Did the other guys not understand that?
Maybe. I mean, how many teams in the league have a structure like the Bills had, where it's separate entities working together, reporting to the owner? That's a lot of teams, I think.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It's Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring. We got time for your phone calls. We'll get Sal in. Joe Brady, the next head coach. Sabres beat the Leafs. Hang a 7 on the board.
7. Dahlin hat trick.
Great
for him.
Absolutely incredible.
And he was a monster. Even just went out the 3 goals. He was incredible all night.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, join us 803-0550 on WGR.
The other part of it that I think is unraveling is the idea that Sean McDermott was fired because of hitting the proverbial playoff wall, and not because of some power play or some internal relationship that fell apart in the Bills front office and McDermott. Because if the playoff wall was the reason you got rid of the last coach, you are keeping someone who was a part of that.
Yeah, big Jeremy White here for Riverfront
big
Auto
part
Sales.
Of it. All the failures in the fourth quarter and overtime and 3 consecutive playoff losses, he's the coordinator for. And you're signing up for that going forward. If it was all about the playoff wall, then how are the GM and the offensive coordinator still going? That doesn't add up. So to me, I'm left to believe, any thought that McDermott's relationship and maybe his questioning of the roster would have been a much bigger piece of it than they just lost to Denver. And then they lost the 2 games to Kansas City. And that was the reason why McDermott was gone from the last 3 years. I don't buy it. Doesn't make sense. And also the personnel part of it that you're seeing reported from Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport about how Joe Brady was aligned on personnel.
The quote is the alignment is important between coaching and player personnel. He understood the relationship between that. What does that mean?
That doesn't sound good either, because that sounds to me like, there were reports about McDermott questioning the roster. He kind of did that openly also during the season in the press conferences. And that sounds to me like you're hiring a coach who knows he's not going to question that. That it's not his place to say, oh, no, our roster isn't good enough. You leave that to the GM. And if he thinks the roster is good enough, then that's what goes.
That's what it is, right?
So to me, like, that lines up with a lot of the reasons we thought McDermott got fired, that they were trying to dispel in the press conference. And I think hiring Brady reinforces them.
Yeah, it's a very scary idea. Not that this is the truth, but there is some belief. It's a scary idea that merely thinking your roster is not as good as the GM is a problem. The GM thinks it's a certain level of good. Sir, I do not think it's that good.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field, real routes, wide receiver, right? Like the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, like, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, well, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve.
His age, despite his lack of head coaching experience, is going to have the most pressure on him internally and externally as any coach in the NFL.
Connor Orr, who's that? Jonathan Jones, CBS Sports. I saw Connor Orr write something similar, I think. That's right. Tons of pressure right away for Joe Brady. He does have the disadvantage. I'll say this for Brady in his corner. What's the old Larry David clip? Everybody hates the offensive coordinator because everyone thinks they could do a better job, something to that effect.
Everyone thinks they can call plays.
Yeah, right. Everybody thinks they can call plays. And it's also like the old thing, like who's the most popular guy in town? The backup quarterback. If your quarterback stinks, like this guy must be great. Brady has the knock against him of people are already mad at him for some things. And Udinski doesn't have that. Davis Webb doesn't have that. Right. It's kind of like when the Sabres trade for a player. He has a good couple games. You're like, I like this guy. Like, well, yeah, give it time.
You've only seen 2 games.
You'll get mad.
Yeah.
You know, everybody gets mad at somebody along the way. So Brady gets the job, and he's got a history with Bills fans. So, you know, that kind of gets aired out. It's kind of how it goes.
But that's what's funny. Like, so did Dable.
Right.
And not everybody, but I think much more than what we've seen with Brady would have been, like, ready to go. Really even, I don't think that's just, well, we've seen Brady more lately. That was just a more, I think, acceptance or happiness with the way that Dable ran the offense versus the way that Brady does. Because if they had moved on from McDermott to keep Brian Dable and hired him as the head coach, 3-4 years ago, that would have been a very popular move at the time.
I think so.
Much more popular than this is, I think, meeting people at the moment.
Right. I saw this compared to when the Falcons moved on from Kyle Shanahan instead of Dan Quinn.
Right. Well, they let Shanahan
go. They moved on from Kyle Shanahan, and they kept Dan Quinn, and that was obviously a grave mistake. And maybe the Bills are making a move similar where they thought Brady would get away from them, so they decided to keep it here. CEO, 5-year contract for him.
Yep.
Jack in West Seneca before the break. Hey, Jack.
Hey, guys. I think the only possible explanation or theory that really makes any sense about this hire is that Brandon Beane just wanted to hire the only guy in this process that he was confident he could control. It just seems like all these other candidates, especially Dable, you get the feeling that because of his personality, he seems to be a little bit more aggressive, right? He might push back against Brandon Beane's decision-making with respect to talent on the roster, right? And I was thinking about the way I always felt about McDermott was that he was the one kind of driving the overall strategy of the team to run the ball more, not have Josh throw it down the field, right? Just kind of play very careful, don't turn the ball over. And I always thought about that as being, McDermott. He's the one driving the sled, so to speak. And I was thinking back to comments that he made that I used to scoff at. Like I used to cut my teeth with Andy Reid. I believe in throwing the ball down the field. I used to laugh at that, like, oh, yeah, he's just saying that. But now I look at it, I'm like, wow, he actually probably was telling the truth. And that was actually, I think, the first time that maybe he was trying to let everybody know, like, hey, I believe in throwing the ball down the field. This is not me, where these decisions to kind of put the handcuffs on Josh, that was kind of like an early sign maybe that he was trying to send to people, like, this is not me, because I think he was probably hearing the comments in the media, like, to what extent is this McDermott? But now I just think, man, that was Brandon Beane. He was the one, really controlling that in terms of the people that he brought into the organization. And so, yeah, I just think this was the only hire that Brandon Beane thought he would be comfortable reporting to me. He's not going to go over my head the way that McDermott did. I think that's the only thing that makes sense.
Thanks, Jack. It might just be that Terry Pagula was tired of hearing two people argue about whether or not his team was good enough and wants to have a more linear structure, which, I mean, if you owned a team, you might respect that. You might not agree with the person that he sided with, or you might want a completely fresh perspective. But if you own the team, listen, I can't listen to two people argue anymore about whether or not we're good enough and blame each other anymore. So we're going to go vertical, and we're going to make sure that we align, that the vision aligns. That might be the piece that's being reported by everyone out there that the Bills must have put out there, the idea that they align between coaching and player personnel.
Well, and on the again, part of the impression there is, well, is Brady going to be different with McDermott out of the way? McDermott on February 26th of 2024, so almost 2 years ago now, when he first started talking about explosive plays.
This is before the Keon Coleman pick.
This is before the Coleman pick. He said, you've got to be able to get explosive plays. You've got to be able to throw the ball either down the field, or you have to be able to complete it short and then run down the field. So throwing the ball down the field or completing it on deeper passes. That's a part of us moving forward as we look at our roster and we look at player acquisition, something we need to take a hard look at. He said it 2 years ago, and he never got it.
Well, at that point, they
tried to get it and didn't fail.
That said, and Diggs is still on the team.
February 26, 2024. Yeah,
he's still on the
there,
team.
I think. Yeah.
Then they sign Curtis Samuel, trade away Diggs, draft Coleman, and it's like
right.
And then
he was traded in April.
And Mac Hollins and like last year's group.
Yep.
803-0550. Well, you won't have McDermott to blame anymore when they run it on 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2 or 1st and 10. Yep. It'll be Joe Brady's offense all the way. He will call plays. And one thing that's kind of getting out there into the world of how it used to go, it seems to be that Aaron Kromer may have been the one calling the run game. I feel like I'm seeing more and more Bills insiders kind of loosely suggest losing Kromer means they lost the run game, which was, of course, like the big strength of the offense. So something to ask at Thursday's press conference tomorrow at noon. Sal, when we return, it's Coach Watch is over. Joe Brady's the next Bills head coach. We don't know who they're elevating for OC, if he'll just act as the OC. The defensive staff, of course, lots of questions to be answered there. A special teams coordinator, they need one of those as well. A lot still to get to on what they make their changes. And the Sabres, beat the Leafs last night. And we're talking about that. If you want to jump in and throw something for the Sabres, we are happy to have it. Of course, a big day though, for the Bills, announcing their next head coach. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field. Real routes, wide receiver, right? The run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding
Brady's.
back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve. The reaction around the league is very much what you heard from Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd, which if you're confusing them, maybe you like that. But the reaction around the league is,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. I think there's a very easy thing to be upset with, and it's not even really, doesn't have to be controversial. Their process and how quick it went. Other teams are having multiple interviews.
Yeah.
The Bills.
And have been doing it weeks longer than the Bills have. Their starting point was weeks
The
before
Raiders are
started.
still going for weeks and weeks and weeks. The Cardinals, maybe these teams are doing massive overhauls, and that's why they need more conversations.
And maybe they're striking out on candidates that they might have wanted. The Browns, maybe, if Grant Udinski wanted to be their head coach, might have had a coach a week ago.
That's right. Yeah. And the Browns are trying to keep Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
There might be factors, but the Bills' coaching search is rip through a bunch of interviews and be done.
Right.
One set
Talk
of interviews.
to everybody once.
Joe Brady interviewed with the Ravens twice.
And the Raiders twice.
Sure.
I think and maybe there's another one. At least those two. He did 2 interviews.
And the Bills went through a bunch of interviews, got Rooney Rule compliant on Saturday, added a late Nate Schillhouse interview. We're good. Brady.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound like a thorough process to only have one interview per candidate. But maybe their interviews are longer. I guess I can't know the inner workings of that. It's kind of funny. Just listening yesterday, it was a full freak out from a lot of people, understandably, because I think what you wanted yesterday, or the day they hired their coach, you wanted to believe that things that they do will be different.
The open search concludes in-house. Joe Brady is the Buffalo Bills' next head coach. Announced yesterday he signed a 5-year deal. Some rumors on staffing starting to pop up. Denver Broncos defensive pass game coordinator Jim Leonhard is expected to be the leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills, according to Adam Schefter. No other updates on staffing as of yet. Tomorrow at noon, Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs 7-4. They're on a 4-game win streak right now. Rasmus Dahlin scored a hat trick for the first time in his career. Something to note, though, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen exited the game in the first period with an injury and did not return, so we'll be awaiting updates on his status as well. The Sabres next return home, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Bill Belichick not voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot. The Titans hired Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator. Zach Rosenblatt reports that the Jets reached out to John Gruden about the idea of joining Aaron Glenn's staff. Gruden, however, wasn't interested in the job. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Broncos passing game coordinator Davis Webb received requests to interview with the Ravens, Eagles, and Giants offensive coordinator vacancies. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Coach Watch ends. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe Brady is the Bills' head coach. The Bills announcing that yesterday, his introductory press conference. We've met him before, but never with this title. That'll be tomorrow at noon. Of course, we'll carry it here on WGR. Mr. Sal Capaccio will be there. Sal, good morning. We'll get into the Coach Watch if you want to offer a thought on one of the other two things on the menu today. We haven't gotten to the second one, Joe. One, Sabres win again. All they do is win. And number two, Bill Belichick kept out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame for a year. Maybe potentially suggested it was orchestrated by Bill Polian to keep him out.
Which he did deny, but there were reports.
He
that
denied, and then he said he was 95% sure he voted for Belichick to get in. So a little drama with the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So good morning, Sal. Take whatever you'd like off of the buffet.
Well, good morning to you guys. And let's start there. I'll give a brief little thought on each one. All right, so when I saw about Belichick not getting in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot, I immediately thought I should tweet out, guys, I am not a Hall of Fame voter. Please don't blame this on me. I did not do this because I have been the number one person on this radio station for quite a while, I think, saying and believing, and I still believe this, Bill Belichick is not the greatest coach of all time. I do believe he's the most accomplished coach of all time. I've said that. There's a big difference. That doesn't mean I don't think he's not great. He definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. You know why, guys? Because the Hall of Fame is about accomplishments. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. And he is the most accomplished coach ever. So, and people have always asked, well, who's the greatest? And Joe, you guys know I've said this before. I hold Joe Gibbs up there as the greatest ever. And I say it's because he won 3 Super Bowls with 3 non-Hall of Fame quarterbacks, went to 4 of them in a 12-year period. Now, we can quibble about it. That's fine. There are other coaches, I think, who are also, up there as doing great coaching jobs. But no doubt, Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot is pretty ridiculous. He should be in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. And the fact that Bill Polian is at the center of this is kind of comical, actually. He's a guy that, remember, a few years ago, he said the Bills' offensive line was old and unathletic, and the Bills took a lot of exception to that. Eric Wood, they broke the drought, and then they tweeted out after they broke the drought about, hey, we're old and unathletic or something like that. I think that was that year that happened.
Maybe Polian thinks he's some steward of the Hall of Fame, because I remember he made the case why Terrell Owens shouldn't be a first ballot Hall of Famer, because he was on too many teams, and if that many teams got rid of him, then he shouldn't be a Hall of Famer. I thought the Hall of Fame lost the plot with that one. So,
and remember, he also suggested that Lamar Jackson should be a wide receiver.
That's right, he did do that too. So
in the NFL. Okay, number 2, before I get to, I have a second one. Congratulations, Jessica Pegula. After the Sabres game last night, I turned on ESPN, and there was a double overtime college basketball game, waited for that to end, and Jessica was in the quarterfinals of the Australian Open, and she is playing some amazing tennis right now, and she's the 6th seed. She beat the 4 seed, Amanda Anisimov, as I believe how you say it. And anyway, she beat her in straight sets. She's in the semifinals for the first time. So that's a pretty cool story, obviously, with Jessica going to the semifinals of the Australian Open. And then before that, I did watch the Sabres. I mean, from a personal standpoint, to see this gap right now between the Sabres and Leafs was really cool after last night and seeing them buried. But guys, I mean, I keep saying it. I can't believe this is real because it is. This team is good. They're good. They're solid. They're solid in every area. I just think that the Olympic break sucks right now. As excited I am about it, that they're going to have to go through this because they're riding this, and let's just keep it going, man.
Yep. 103-point pace for the Sabres right now.
Amazing.
After their win last night. All right, Sal.
All right.
The big news, Joe Brady, introductory press conference tomorrow. You know, we react today and tomorrow, and then on Friday or late Thursday, we'll have more to say based on what he says and this process. Your reaction to finding out that Joe Brady was the choice?
Surprised the Bills went in-house. I did not think they would. Now, look, there's always been a piece of me that has always said, hey, if Josh Allen really endorses Joe Brady or anybody else on staff, then obviously they're going to get a good look at it. We always knew that Joe Brady would, have he got interviewed first, that he would be considered. My reasoning for saying I was surprised they went in-house is simple. When Terry Pegula said at the podium that they hit the proverbial playoff wall, and that is the reason for moving on from Sean McDermott, I felt that signaled a change that he was thinking in the organization in direction and voice, that they would bring someone in from the outside, not someone a part of the staff that has also hit the proverbial playoff wall. So that's why I thought that messaging was, okay, there's going to be someone from the outside. Joe Brady was the first interview they had here. They never interviewed anyone a second time. They went through a lot of first interviews. They never got to Clint Kubiak because they couldn't. So who knows if that would have been something on the menu this week. Probably would have at least talked to him, right? That being said, we also knew, because Terry Pegula said it, Josh Allen was going to have a seat at the table in some capacity. He was going to be involved in the process and part of the team to, select the new head coach. And when you hear that, you have to know that means Joe Brady, Brian Daboll, people that Josh has a relationship with, are going to be squarely in the mix. So to get to this point can't be super stunning, but I did not think they would go in-house. But this tells me that it doesn't have to be Josh picking the coach, but he certainly can't be against it, right? He's got to endorse it in some way. And that's where I land on Joe Brady. Now, as far as temperament, as far as personality, as far as head coach acumen, all those kinds of things, I think Joe Brady is an incredibly energetic, positive person. And I think that played really well for him here. Because for 9 years, Sean McDermott, who is great at all the details and all of the things that we talk about that made Sean McDermott a really excellent coach, McDermott also has a very different personality than Joe Brady from my interactions and personally with them, as you guys can imagine, and maybe yours as well. Sorry. And that is this, that Sean is very, very, Sean is grinding. He's always on top of things, every little detail. I think, when you're around Sean McDermott, when you are around the organization and he's the head coach, there's always this pressure of making sure every little thing is buttoned up. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his style. I think Joe Brady brings in a new, hey, positive, high energy, let's go. I'm not saying he's not in on the details. That's not at all. But I think that there's maybe a bit of a relief of, having that type of personality versus what you just worked under for a lot of pressure for a while. And it remains to be seen how that manifests itself. That can be positive, that can be negative. And I think going forward here, the Bills probably wanted someone in the building who said, look, maybe there was so much pressure that how it mounted over the last several years because of McDermott's personality and not getting there, that we needed a different kind of personality in charge of the organization. I do think they are different in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. We'll find out how it works out. I'm a little sensitive to this entire point because it sounds like training camp will be Diggs Part 2. Oh, we're so much more relaxed now. Everybody's more relaxed and the pressure is off. This team is constantly wanting to kind of alleviate pressure, but they can't ever do that because they're supposed to win. So It'll be interesting. Can they live in the pressure more comfortably? It'll be kind of another version of that, it seems.
I respect that, Jeremy, and I'm not saying that there's not pressure on this team. Of course there is. I think Joe Brady has immense pressure to win next year. I think Josh Allen has immense pressure. I mean, when you say that he's going to be a part of the process, and then you choose the guy that's on staff that's been his offensive coordinator, Well, now it's like, okay, well, that's obviously a guy that you endorsed, and like, hey, it's on you too, right, to get to the next level. I do think there is a lot of that.
Mike Garafolo went out of his way to point out that Allen was not in on the finalists or the decision. So he sat in on the meetings, but Mike Garafolo said he did not contribute to getting to the finalists. So we don't know who the finalists were. I guess it came down to the finals. Either way, so Allen was there, but he didn't pick. So whoever wants us to know that has told Garafolo that.
But there's no way any of us can sit here and think that if Josh Allen said, I don't want him as my head coach, that he would be, right?
Oh, right.
I mean, that's a different point than what's being made, but I don't think that can be.
Maybe, and this, if I'm going too cynical, you let me know. The number one thing the Bills have working for them is the belief that Josh likes the pick. And it should be pointed out that 3 of the 4 guys we talked about the most, no matter what happens, we would have said Josh agreed with it. Davis Webb, Brian Daboll, and Joe Brady. The Bills continue to use Allen as their most valuable weapon, and in this case, the court of public opinion, he's used again. It's like, well, he must have liked this idea. And we'll see what he says. I'm sure he'll say he likes it. I'm sure
he's going to talk, too, at some point. I think. Right. I imagine. I don't know this. We did not get a word if he's going to be a part of Thursday.
But the other thing we always know Allen to be is a good soldier who never steps out of line, never says anything. So the Bills have this thing where, hey, if we bring somebody close to him, he'll be good with it because he's good with everything that we always do. They give him nothing at receiver, and he'll say, I've got faith in these guys in this room. 3 guys go out with injury. They bring guys off the street. He's like, I know these guys are going to do the best they can. He never rocks the boat. So, again, it's a little bit of a cynical take on it. I'm sure I shouldn't say I'm sure. I would be of the belief he supports it. But the Bills have to know anything that they do that is connected to Allen ends up looking better, and he won't step out of line and ever cross them.
I understand that point. We're going to hear from him at some point, I think. Like I said, it could be tomorrow when Joe Brady speaks. It could be down the road when he did not talk at locker cleanout day. The word was after that, at some point, once the new hire is made, we will hear from Josh Allen. And we can formulate our own opinions about all of that. And those are all fair points you're mentioning. And again, I just want to circle back to what I said earlier because I want to make sure I put this in right context. I'm not saying going back like you said, well, you go to training camp and, we're just so relaxed. Maybe that is the messaging that comes out. I do think, though, that, over 9 years, there was the thing some people would say about Sean McDermott is he is so dialed in on the details and so much like that. It's a forest through the trees thing sometimes. And maybe Joe Brady, maybe there's going to be things he misses with the details because nobody's like Sean McDermott on that, right? I mean, this is a guy that literally years ago is a story that Josh Reed told me about, being at the owners' meetings and someone telling him when Sean actually opened up his calendar and had all his day planned out in 15-minute intervals, right? Like little things, like he's so dialed in on that. And there's a forest through the trees point here, and maybe it's now of, hey, you know what, the bigger picture, we're going to concentrate on this or that and the other thing, and we can see things a little bit differently through a different lens. So I'm not trying to say positive or negative. I just think it's a different approach, and maybe that's what you're looking for in the organization. There's also the point of continuity, right, which is, okay, I just said I thought they'd go out of the organization. Well, you're also late in the process here to hire the next head coach. So you get somebody in the you get somebody who's in your building who you're okay with, obviously, because you're hiring them. And then that, okay, there's going to be some changes, but it doesn't have to be a mass overhaul because right now we just can't be doing that because we actually have a good team and we just got to the second round of the playoffs again. And we have this really high ranking offense. So let's not really try to trash everything here. You know what I mean? And maybe that's a part of the thought of it.
Yeah. So what do you make of the part about the alignment between the coaching and the player personnel being used as something that Brady nailed? Because that on the heels, I think, of the reporting about McDermott questioning the roster behind closed doors and also kind of doing it in public during press conferences this year gives the impression that, well, Brady's not going to question the roster, and that's part of why he was hired.
It's really, really interesting. So I think there's 2 ways to look at this, which is what you just said, Joe, which is, okay, well, he's not going to push back on the roster that he has, and he's going to be more of a good soldier and fall in line because there was reporting that Sean McDermott, obviously wasn't happy with some of the things going on in the roster. I also take it as, is there something that we're being told here that there are scheme fits that really weren't happening? It was square peg, round holes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Sean McDermott has this defensive scheme that he uses, but the players that they put on the roster, maybe someone's telling you should have been used differently, right? Or even on the offensive side. I'm not really sure. It's really interesting. That could be the case. And I don't know that to be the case necessarily, right? Like you go out and you draft Max Hairston. How about Kyer Elam as a really good example here? And I know that I'm not saying Kyler Elam would have worked either way. He obviously didn't work in the NFL. But when he was drafted, what was the talk? Why did you draft a guy who has man-to-man skills, but you play a zone defense? Is there something to be said for that particular piece of it, which is they just one side of the organization and operation wanted to bring in people for certain types of scheme and belief and vision, and the other side, the coaching side, said, no, that's not what we do, and that could never be on the same page. Is that being told to us here?
Yeah. It all kind of gets to, like specific to Elam, whose roster is it then? Like everybody wants to claim that the good players were mine, the bad players were his. The players that did work are mine, the bad players are his.
Well, that's going to change, right? So, like, if there was any, and I know you dealt with this, so like Bean just drafts the guys that McDermott wants, or like it's the other way around. Like it was always what's really the roles of both people on this pick and that pick. Whereas now, I think because the structure is different, right? Like Bean said that the coach is going to report to him. That because that's the case, like I don't think that debate exists much going forward. Like it's going to be more Bean's roster, Bean's pick, and maybe we're debating less of like who actually was in charge on a certain selection.
Yeah, listen. So this gets us to the Jim Leonard thing we haven't talked about, which we definitely can here. But
Yeah.
but this point, and the reason why I brought that up is I'm thinking about this, which is okay. So his first order of business is reportedly maybe targeting Jim Leonard for a defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
What does Jim Leonard do? Where did he come from? Jim Leonard played for, yes, he was in Buffalo, of course. He started his career here, and then he came back to Buffalo. But really what he's known for in his playing career is playing on a Rex Ryan defense. I mean, a really super aggressive defense. And then he coached under Vance Joseph in that defense, who the last 2 years – super aggressive defense that's broken records as far as sack totals in the National Football League. I'm thinking, going back to what I just said about, scheme fit and all of that, did Brandon Beane say, look, I have invested a ton of resources in the front seven. We still can't get home. Maybe it's, why? Because we're not doing the things that this front seven should be doing with the personnel to be able to get home. So and then Joe Brady sees that and in alignment with Brandon Beane says, all right, I'm going to get a guy who can make that work and get home. You know what I mean? And trying to fit that together. Maybe that's something, because I think Jim Leonard is a pretty big departure philosophy, thinking about what it might look like, right, where he's been, philosophically, is a pretty big departure, it seems like, from what the Bills have kind of been doing on defense over the last, 8-9 years.
Yeah, everyone seems to like the Leonard idea, Sal. They'll have competition, though, right, because there are multiple teams trying to get him.
I think so. I haven't seen that this morning. Have you seen that?
Dallas has been after him as well. Yeah, be interesting.
Yeah. So I'm sure it is. Just like, the Davis Webb thing comes out where they fire the offensive coordinator. He's got a bunch of, opportunities. Yep. And, if he goes to these other places, he'll probably call plays. He comes to Buffalo. I'm not saying that I haven't even seen the Bills connected necessarily with Joe Brady after he's been hired, but he wouldn't really call plays here. He wouldn't in Denver anyway. But sure, I mean, Jim Leonard could be a guy that goes somewhere else. But I just think the representation of a guy like Jim Leonard should be telling us something.
Yep. Sal, we'll be listening. Tomorrow press conference, we'll carry that live. We'll talk with you, I'm sure, tomorrow and Friday as well.
Yeah, and then today at 10 o'clock I'll be on, and I'm going to have Brandon Kristoff from Denver. We're going to talk about Jim Leonard a little bit. We'll talk about Davis Webb and the fallout in Denver of what happened last Sunday as well.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
I don't know if you saw Alt Joe and Owen, but I did call dibs on Jim Leonard on former Bill, future Bill.
When did this happen?
I did see it.
Check the ledger. Twitter is the court of record.
Twitter.
Dibs.
Yep.
Jim Leonard is on my roster.
Actually, I posted on MySpace that Jim Leonard was mine, so actually he's mine.
I picked
my
up
Snapchat claims I had Jim Leonard.
I picked up Jim Leonard on my former Bill, future Bill roster, and I've dropped Trent Sherfield. So
Twitter.
Anyone else would like to make any moves? Go ahead, right ahead. What do you want to do? Put it in our group chat instead?
You've done it in the group chat before.
All right, well, I did it on Twitter, so everybody could see.
I don't think it holds
dibs.
up. It's a wild west, this league. There's no rules.
Dibs crossover. Dibs always
This league needs a commissioner.
I'm the commissioner.
No, by the way, you can't be the commissioner and one of the teams.
Check your text messages. I just put dibs on Jim Leonard in the group chat. Now it's official.
It is official. We didn't do it.
Officially official.
What are you
He's
gonna do
also
now?
not
You want
really-
Schefter to tweet it? What's next?
He's also not really coming back because he was a player before. Like,
That's former Bill, future Bill.
Absolutely.
It's a different role.
Davis Webb. I had Davis
Yeah.
Webb on my roster.
That's right.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to figure out a replacement for Brian Dable. That's dead.
Yeah, that's right.
Webb still.
You might have something.
I
there.
mean, doesn't feel likely.
No,
at
I
this
don't think.
point.
No, if
Why
it-
would an OC come here to not call plays?
Right.
We already know Joe Brady's going to call plays.
What's he going to come do?
No, I saw being connected maybe to Philadelphia
Yeah, Philly.
as an idea.
yeah.
Seems like it
They've
would.
been-
He'll take the job nobody wants.
I mean, they'll let him call plays,
Okay.
right? And
Yep.
you could do worse. I mean, I don't like Jalen Hurts very much, but they've got great talent. So
Yeah.
and you've had two good coordinators. You know what? That's not as bad a job as it sounds. Sirianni might be a pain in the butt to work for. I don't know. But Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore, who are both good play callers, went to Philadelphia with that
And got
quarterback,
jobs.
went to the Super Bowl, and then spun that into head coaching jobs.
Yep.
So, like, I think that would make sense for Davis Webb to go there.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. We're wide open. We'll catch on some phone calls. We'll get through a couple for sure. Tony, Mark, Eric, Corbin, stick with us. Joe Brady, the Bills' next coach. We get our first introductory press conference. First introductory? I guess it's just introductory. Tomorrow at noon, we'll carry that live. Reaction throughout. Sabres win again. They beat the Leafs. They are an absolute wagon. Times are good, and they're home for their next game, which should be a raucous atmosphere. They all are these days, right? Getting a heck of a season here. Sabres and Kings tomorrow night, and then Sabres Canadiens on Saturday. So another game against Montreal. Could get the complete January sweep. Be pretty nice. 803-0550 on WGR.
The other part of it that I think is unraveling is the idea that Sean McDermott was fired because of hitting the proverbial playoff wall and not because of some power play or some internal relationship that fell apart in the Bills front office and McDermott. Because if the playoff wall was the reason you got rid of the last coach, you are keeping someone who was a part of that.
Yeah, big part of it.
A big part of it. All the failures in the fourth quarter and overtime and 3 consecutive playoff losses, he's the coordinator for. And you're signing up for that going forward. If it was all about the playoff wall, then how are the GM and the offensive coordinator still going? That doesn't add up. So to me, I'm left to believe, any thought that McDermott's relationship and maybe his questioning of the roster would have been a much bigger piece of it than just, they just lost to Denver. And then they lost the 2 games to Kansas City. And that was the reason why McDermott was gone from the last 3 years. I don't buy it. Doesn't make sense. And also the personnel part of it that you're seeing reported from Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport about how Joe Brady was aligned on personnel.
The quote is the alignment is important between coaching and player personnel. He understood the relationship between that. What does that mean?
To me, that doesn't sound good either, because that sounds to me like, there were reports about McDermott questioning the roster. He kind of did that openly also during the season in the press conferences. And that sounds to me like you're hiring a coach who knows he's not going to question that. That it's not his place to say, oh no, our roster isn't good enough. You leave that to the GM. And if he thinks the roster is good enough, then that's what goes.
That's what it is, right?
So to me, like that lines up with a lot of the reasons we thought McDermott got fired, that they were trying to dispel in the press conference. And I think hiring Brady reinforces them.
Yeah, it's a very scary idea. Not that this is the truth, but there is some belief. It's a scary idea that merely thinking your roster is not as good as the GM is a problem. The GM thinks it's a certain level of good. Sir, I do not think it's that good.
Now, as far as temperament, as far as personality, as far as head coach acumen, all those kinds of things. I think Joe Brady is an incredibly energetic, positive person. And I think that played really well for him here. Because for 9 years, Sean McDermott, who is great at all the details and all of the things that we talk about that made Sean McDermott a really excellent coach. McDermott also has a very different personality than Joe Brady from my interactions and personally with them, as you guys can imagine, and maybe yours as well. Sorry. And that is this, that Sean is very, very, like, Sean is grinding. He's always on top of things, every little detail. I think, when you're around Sean McDermott, when you are around the organization and he's the head coach, there's always this pressure of making sure every little thing is buttoned up. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his style. I think Joe Brady brings in a new, hey, positive, high energy, let's go. I'm not saying he's not in on the details. That's not at all. But I think that there's maybe a bit of a relief of, having that type of personality versus what you just worked under for a lot of pressure for a while. And it remains to be seen how that manifests itself. That can be positive, that can be negative. And I think going forward here, the Bills probably wanted someone in the building who said, look, maybe there was so much pressure that how it mounted over the last several years because of McDermott's personality and not getting there, that we needed a different kind of personality in charge of the organization. I do think they are different in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. We'll find out how it works out. I'm a little sensitive to this entire point because it sounds like training camp will be Diggs Part 2. Oh, we're so much more relaxed now. Everybody's more relaxed, and the pressure is off. This team is constantly wanting to kind of alleviate pressure, but they can't ever do that because they're supposed to win. So It'll be interesting. Like, can they live in the pressure more comfortably? It'll be kind of another version of that, it seems.
The open search concludes in-house. Joe Brady, the Buffalo Bills' next head coach, announced yesterday he signed a 5-year deal. Some rumors on potential staffing. Denver Broncos defensive pass game coordinator Jim Leonhard expected to be the leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills, according to Adam Schefter. No other updates on staffing as of yet. Tomorrow at noon, Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs by a score of 7-4, extending their win streak to 4.
Here's Dahlin with an empty net. Scores! Hat-trick goal for Rasmus Dahlin, the first of his career. And the Sabres go up 7-4 with 43.4 seconds to go in the third.
As heard there, Rasmus Dahlin with a hat trick, first time in his career. Something to note, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen exited the game in the first period with an injury and did not return, so we'll be awaiting some updates on his status. The Sabres next return home, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Bill Belichick not voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot. The Titans hire Brian Daboll as the team's offensive coordinator. Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic reports the Jets reached out to John Gruden about the idea of joining Aaron Glenn's staff. Gruden, however, was not interested in the job. The Broncos fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports passing game coordinator for the Broncos, Davis Webb, received requests to interview for the Ravens, Eagles, and Giants offensive coordinator positions, and the Cardinals interviewing Ron Rivera for their vacant head coaching position. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Domi turns it over. Thompson high slot with a shot, scores! From well out above the circles, Tage Thompson with some TNT on the road against the Maple Leafs, and it's 3-2 Buffalo with 1:55 to go in the first.
Reading a headline at The Athletic, that's one of the Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Maple Leafs' latest loss showcases a team that has been left behind. Sabres ahead of the Leafs. The Leafs got hot and then came home for a homestand and then fell apart. Mm-hmm. The Sabres had their hot streak, their win streak, lost the game, and they just started a new one. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of why they are where they are. So we've been spending a lot of the season at Lindy's5.com. Lindy's5.com, Sabres fans. If you go there, it was put together by a listener who took Lindy's goal of 6 out of every 10 points and put it into a chart and predicting games and their pace. And basically one way to say it is they're ahead of that pace now because of how well they're playing. Mm-hmm. They're projected for 103 points. The target was 96 for the season. So they need 31 more points in 30 games to get to the goal of 96. And
that would be 500 hockey, basically.
A long time ago, there was a website called sportsclubstats.com, which was, this is 15 years ago because I remember going to this site for the chances of making the playoffs and how many points they get and basically like a projected cut line on the PGA.
Yeah.
And I'd love that right now to see projected cut line and we could count down how many points they need because every 2 is going to be big to ending the drought and getting them to the playoffs. Also, the Islanders have now made 2 trades to bolster their roster to head to the playoffs, and I wonder how close Yarmo is to making any kind of move. Anyway, the Sabres win. We're talking about that if you want to join us. Most of it, though, is about Joe Brady as the Bills' next head coach, and we'll get some phone calls in and catch up. Tony in South Buffalo. Tony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to say that I think a serious note with the candidates that came in, you were putting an awful lot of pressure of candidates coming in trying to take over a roster that's money-wise, there's very little money in the till. And some of the bonehead decisions that the general managers made in the past has made it really difficult on going out there and picking prime tuna. And the coach, he did the best he could with what he had to work with, and I strongly believe that a lot's going to have to do with the coordinators brought in. Jimmy Leonard, one tough, hard-nosed football player, and a good coach. We need somebody strong in there. And that business I see online, I don't know if it's fake news, but it said Bobby Babbage is resigning due to health conditions.
No, we don't know anything about that. I mean, that might be fake for sure. I mean, but Jim Leonard has in fact been listed as a potential leading candidate. Adam Schefter had that.
And I also believe that Joe Brady needs to be open to throwing the ball and not just running the ball all the time. I mean, we lost some games that really they depended an awful lot on James Cook, and he did one hell of a job this year. You can't take anything away from him, but when there's so much on him and Josh, you're not spreading the wealth. And by the offensive receivers that they've brought in, that either on injured reserve or didn't pan out. So that's all I got to say. And you guys have a great job. God, you guys have a really good job because you got to deal with all this. So have a good day.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for the phone call.
Yeah, I'll be interested if they're able to get Leonard into the boat because I think he's the most exciting idea right now. I do like the idea of them getting more aggressive on defense. Like I think they did the best they could last year with what they had, but and really, like, I guess that isn't even that big a change. Maybe they were even more aggressive in Denver, but they were not just line up and play last year. Like that was maybe McDermott and Leslie Frazier a lot, and kind of the philosophy of a McDermott defense for years was everyone knows what they're going to do. The Bengals used to say it, right? We know what they're going to do. We know what they're going to line up in, but you had Hyde and you had Poyer and you had Trey White and you had Milano at peak form and Edmonds and you had like talent that could play that way. And then when the talent went away, like what was all the credit given to McDermott for this year? Like disguising everything. They had the #1 disguise rate in the NFL this season. They blitzed at a heavier rate than they had been in past seasons. They were changing it up from nickel to 3 linebacker base. Like they were starting to be more of an aggressive defense. Maybe Leonard is another level of that. But I think if you can't get him, then like a lot of these good candidates are starting to dry up. Like Jonathan Gannon was a fired coach. That's a good DC, right? And he's gone. He went to Green Bay. Patrick Graham is gone. Anthony Weaver might still be available if you want him. I mean, he got a head coach interview with the Bills, didn't he?
Yep.
So, and that's a guy that's been preached for like leadership and culture. So if you want him in the building, like he might be available if you can't get Leonard.
Right, we're seeing musical chairs now where Denver fires Joe Lombardi, which means that Davis Webb might get elevated, maybe. Right?
Okay, right. And right, like the Green Bay defensive coordinator goes to Miami, Halfley, right, to be the head coach. So, and Gannon gets fired as the Cardinals head coach, so he goes there. And yeah, I mean, the coordinators are moving all around the league at the moment, but it's a little late. So, like I mentioned, Weaver, maybe there's a couple of others. Leonard's got to be the top guy on the list, though.
It's a cold league. Like Joe Lombardi got fired. The Denver Broncos offensive coordinator. Was it just, again, like a personality thing? What happened? They won the AFC Championship game, and his backup quarterback in a snowstorm gave the game away. You're fired. Like, it's tough. That's tough.
It would only make sense if it was a move to keep Davis Webb.
Sure, right. That's very much possible.
But they don't know that they're keeping Davis Webb.
And Joe Lombardi, I think, did work with Joe Brady at one point as Brady builds his staff. I tweeted yesterday. See my cryptic tweet?
Go ahead.
See my cryptic tweet?
Yes, I did.
And what did my cryptic tweet say?
Well, it was a teddy bear, it was the Golden Gate Bridge, and then it was a water drop.
Yep.
I got it pretty much right away.
Think Teddy Bridgewater might be on the staff?
Teddy Bridgewater.
Joe Brady's quarterback in Carolina. Maybe once again coaching.
He's only coached high school.
Okay.
But
give him a call.
He's not calling plays, but he would be still like building game plans and running the offense like throughout the week. That might be a lot for him. He's quarterback coach. I mean, he could be the backup quarterback. He was Tampa's backup quarterback last year.
Isn't he in a commercial about being a backup quarterback now?
He is. Yeah, the Trubisky was in him too. So he could even be that. Lombardi, not to say it would be that, like, it's Brady's offense, right? Brady's going to call the plays. It's Brady's offense. But Lombardi, who just got fired in Denver, the only opinion I have on him is the 2 years that he called plays for the Chargers with Justin Herbert, and all he wanted to do was dink and dunk. He had a rocket arm quarterback, and he used to do that in New Orleans. Like, he called plays, or not didn't call plays, but he was a part of the Sean Payton staff with Drew Brees at the end. Old Drew Brees, where everything was a slant or a screen or something around the line of scrimmage. And then he did that with Herbert, who can throw the ball as far as anybody, and it didn't work. So I would not be hopeful that he's going to be that position, even though it's not as important because Brady's running the offense.
803-0550. Mark in Rochester. Hey, Mark. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Just looking ahead to next season, maybe give us fans some proverbial light at the end of the tunnel here. What do you realistically think the Bills roster is going to look like? Are there some tough cuts? Who might get traded for cap or draft reasons? Are there some core guys you're hoping that they build around? I know the front office has said this is a quote-unquote championship roster, but is it crazy to say they might move a big name to reset the cap and maybe retool the roster around Allen?
That's a good question. Like trading somebody, moving somebody, their cap situation and dead cap for next year. Like if you're looking just at biggest cap hits.
Well, they have a lot of void year cap hits.
They do.
These guys are not under contract, and Matt Milano will count $11 million against the cap. Bosa will count $7 million. McGovern 4.8. Daquan Jones 3.7. Epinesa 2.8, and Ogunjobi 2.5.
Yep.
All those guys are free agents, but that's their cap hits.
$11 million
for
Milano.
You're talking, I think, about Knox for sure. But he's probably here, but restructured.
Dawson Knox, you save $10 million if you cut him.
Right. Which if they don't cut him, they will rework a deal.
Doesn't it feel like he's going to be restructured until the day he retires and stay here because of the value that they place on him?
But there is a 0% chance he's on the team at a $17 million cap.
Curtis Samuel, they save $6 if they cut.
Gone.
Yes. Past that,
that's not quite though. I think what the question is more about maybe
a big trade.
Yeah,
Well, the cap will go up. The cap will go up $30 million, like it always does, right? Is that projected 3 over with the increase in the cap space? Because the cap always goes up. There's way more money. That's just it's nonstop.
Right. Like, what kind of move you're talking about is like you don't want to pay Ed Oliver $24 million against the cap, so you make a move with
trade him.
Yeah. Like, that's I think, what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I don't know what their appetite will be to do that. That's just creating another hole in defense.
No, there's probably some restructures. What's the roster look like? You want to play a fun game? How many defensive starters are you positive will be on the team? Ready? Let's go defensive starters.
Cole Bishop.
Okay.
Christian Benford.
2.
Max Hairston.
3. Rousseau.
4. I'll go at Oliver.
5.
Do I want to include Terrell Bernard?
Is Deion Walker a definite answer? Michael Hoyt?
Yeah, but is he even really a starter? He's like kind of a starter.
He's a guy that they're going to count on.
Yeah, he'll play.
Does he fit in this new defense in a different way?
I would say Bernard is he's one of the 2 linebackers. Okay. I don't know which one.
But I think you could easily get to 4 new players pretty easily, and 4 to 5 new to 6 new contributors.
Yes.
Offensively,
yes, that's right.
Offensively, the dream is, of course, for most to return. I don't know what they do on the interior of the line with McGovern or David Edwards. I would think they don't pay them. You kind of,
or if they do, it's only one of the 2. They're not re-signing both of them.
And are they going to re-sign Osiris Torrance?
It's time to do that.
If you want to do that,
it's about time to do that. He's a restricted free agent.
803-0550 is our phone number. More of your calls. We're wide open for you. Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame as a first ballot guy. Kept out.
Yep.
When we get back, I'm going to play you Mike McDaniel's comment on Justin Herbert. And you listen to it. You decide what you think of it. It, to me, reads like what we want to hear the Bills say about Josh Allen. And I'm not so sure how different it is. So, ear of the beholder, if you will. But I found it really interesting what Mike McDaniel had to say about his plan for Justin Herbert. That's next.
Now, as far as temperament, as far as personality, as far as head coach acumen, all those kinds of things. I think Joe Brady is an incredibly energetic, positive person. And I think that played really well for him here. Because for 9 years, Sean McDermott, who is great at all the details and all of the things that we talk about that made Sean McDermott a really excellent coach. McDermott also has a very different personality than Joe Brady from my interactions and personally with them. As you guys can imagine, and maybe yours as well. Sorry. And that is this, that Sean is very, very, Sean is grinding. He's always on top of things, every little detail. I think, when you're around Sean McDermott, when you are around the organization and he's the head coach, there's always this pressure of making sure every little thing is buttoned up. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his style. I think Joe Brady brings in a new, hey, positive, high energy, let's go. I'm not saying he's not in on the details. That's not at all. But I think that there's maybe a bit of a relief of, having that type of personality versus what you just worked under for a lot of pressure for a while. And it remains to be seen how that manifests itself. That can be positive. That can be negative. And I think going forward here, the Bills probably wanted someone in the building who said, look, maybe there was so much pressure that how it mounted over the last several years because of McDermott's personality and not getting there, that we needed a different kind of personality in charge of the organization. I do think they are different in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. We'll find out how it works out. I'm a little sensitive to this entire point because it sounds like training camp will be Diggs Part 2. Oh, we're so much more relaxed now. Everybody's more relaxed and the pressure is off. This team is constantly wanting to kind of alleviate pressure, but they can't ever do that because they're supposed to win. So It'll be interesting. Can they live in the pressure more comfortably? It'll be kind of another version of that, it seems.
The other part of it that I think is unraveling is the idea that Sean McDermott was fired because of hitting the proverbial playoff wall and not because of some power play or some internal relationship that fell apart in the Bills front office and McDermott. Because if the playoff wall was the reason you got rid of the last coach, you are keeping someone who was a part of that.
Yeah, big part of it.
A big part of it. All the failures in the fourth quarter and overtime and 3 consecutive playoff losses, he's the coordinator for. And you're signing up for that going forward. If it was all about the playoff wall, then How are the GM and the offensive coordinator still going? That doesn't add up. So to me, I'm left to believe, any thought that McDermott's relationship and maybe his questioning of the roster would have been a much bigger piece of it than just, they just lost to Denver. And then they lost the 2 games to Kansas City. And that was the reason why McDermott was gone from the last 3 years. I don't buy it. Doesn't make sense. And also the personnel part of it that you're seeing reported from Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport about how Joe Brady was aligned on personnel.
The quote is the alignment is important between coaching and player personnel. He understood the relationship between that. What does that mean?
To me, that doesn't sound good either, because that sounds to me like, there were reports about McDermott questioning the roster. He kind of did that openly also during the season in the press conferences. And that sounds to me like you're hiring a coach who knows he's not going to question that. That it's not his place to say, oh no, our roster isn't good enough. You leave that to the GM. And if he thinks the roster is good enough, then that's what goes.
That's what it is, right?
So to me, like that lines up with a lot of the reasons we thought McDermott got fired, that they were trying to dispel in the press conference. And I think hiring Brady reinforces them.
Yeah, it's a very scary idea. Not that this is the truth, but there is some belief. It's a scary idea that merely thinking your roster is not as good as the GM is a problem. The GM thinks it's a certain level of good. Sir, I do not think it's that good.
So there's a lot of incredible plays that Justin has made. He's firmly capable, and sometimes as a coach, you can rely upon that a little too much. There's schematic ways to get completions that maybe all 3 quarterbacks on your roster would be capable of doing, of easier completions. It can be taxing over time for a player to necessitate an incredible play too often to be able to score points and win football games. So you try to take it off of him by creating some low-cost, high-reward offense that he's firmly capable of doing, but maybe a player of lesser talent would be capable of doing as well.
Mike McDaniel on what he plans to do with Justin Herbert. You could apply that to the Bills and throwing screens. Like, hey, we ask him to do plays that are not that special. I don't need that much from you. We should be able to an easy button throw that might get 6 yards, might get 50 yards with our yak guys. But to me, that is that's a message like you'd like to hear about Allen. Like, hey, listen, he can do superhuman things. It's important. We don't always ask him to do superhuman things. I do think the Bills have some of that to their build. That's the run game.
Oh, yeah.
That's the screen game. The big issue I think most people have with the screen game and most people have with some of the things they do is in their most important moments, they're going to these plays. And that's what's the reason behind that? I mean,
they take that mentality from Mike McDaniel to the extreme.
Yeah.
Because, I don't mind doing that sometimes. He laid it out. A play that all 3 quarterbacks can run. We called a lot of those screen plays, those are Trubisky plays. Those can be mixed in and sprinkled in. But, my biggest problem was always 3rd down. Especially 3rd and long. Why are you running these plays on 3rd down? That, to me, is what the craziest part was. And they did it in playoff games. They did it in the regular season where you would take Allen out of the play in the biggest moment. You want to do it on 1st and 10? You want to do it on, 2nd and 4? Go ahead. But when it's 3rd and 8 and you're taking Allen out of the play and you're running a Trubisky play, That's taking what McDaniel just said way too far. And that was what Brady did a lot of the last 2 years, 3 years.
Dan in Buffalo. Dan, good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to say I'm old school, so originally I wanted a Super Bowl type coach, but I realized that window has passed with the way the game is now and the younger coaches, and who are you really going to get here when they're set in their old ways? And I think when it came down to it, I know a lot of fans probably didn't like Brady, but I think it was a good choice because he ran the offense so good without having good outside receivers for 2 years. So it's like, were you going to wait for Kubiak? That wasn't going to happen. And other than McDaniels, who's a good offensive coordinator, was there really anybody better than Brady? And so I think it was a good choice. I just think you could get the outside receivers. I think the offense is pretty much set. I think where the Bills are going to have a problem is defense. They held on to some guys too long, like Milano and Tre'Davious White. And you guys talked about you could save some money if you traded some players.
Maybe.
And I would definitely cut those 2 players you mentioned because you got 2 tight ends with that Hawes guy or whatever his name is. And one more thing, would it be a bad move to try to move Ed Oliver if you drafted 2 defensive tackles? And sometimes you got to make some bold moves to try to get some more weapons for Josh Allen. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I don't know the numbers on trading any of their big number players. I mean, we could look into it. The idea the offense is set, I think that's the fear, that they think their offense is set. That's the biggest fear I would have. Mm-hmm. Losing Aaron Kromer is a big deal. If the run game goes away because they lose Kromer's eye for that and they kind of start from scratch with 60% of their offensive line intact, and sure, James Cook, are they going to be able to run it as effectively without Kromer if he's really the architect of their run game? It's a good question. And the idea that they're just set there, I think that depends. Defensively, how about one more draft with 6 of 7 pieces on defense? I don't know if I'm anticipating that. The idea, and what you say about Brady did a great job with an offense that didn't have outside receivers, no dispute. I think that they had a good offense because their quarterback's amazing, and they did it for 2 years in a row without having any real, true threats at receiver. Brandon Cooks became a nice little find, but the fear is that is by design. That is what Brady wants, which is almost insane to say, but we're on multiple years of, no, it's fine that we don't have anyone there. They traded for Amari Cooper in season, and then they came to this season and tried. It's been such a sore spot. It's been such an obvious omission, neglect. I know the GM is passionate about it and acts like he did not neglect it, or maybe he misidentifies who's good. But man, it has been an egregious evaluation of that position on multiple years.
Yep.
So, anyway, 803-0550.
And I don't agree fully with he didn't make water into wine, right? He didn't do that. All the outside guys, I don't think they were all that much. They are mid-level players, but Diggs, Cooper, Samuel, Elijah Moore, Gabe Davis, MVS, all of these players have had career lows with Joe Brady as their coordinator. So, no, he was not given a lot of talent, but he was given mid-level, average talent, and then made them worse. So, if those guys had been here and he had made them into better players, then I would be more willing to say, oh yeah, he took not the best roster and made it into something special. I don't think that's what happened.
803-0550. More time for your phone calls. Sabres win. Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame. Reacting to the news that Joe Brady's been named the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field, real routes, wide receiver, right? Like the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, like, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, well, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding them back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve.
Joe Brady was the first interview they had here. They never interviewed anyone a second time. They went through a lot of first interviews. They never got to Clint Kubiak because they couldn't. So who knows if that would have been something on the menu this week. Probably would have at least talked to him, right? That being said, we also knew, because Terry Bagula said it, Josh Allen was going to have a seat at the table in some capacity. He was going to be involved in the process and part of the team to, select the new head coach. And when you hear that, you have to know that means Joe Brady, Brian Daboll, people that Josh has a relationship with, are going to be squarely in the mix. So to get to this point can't be super stunning, but I did not think they would go in-house. But this tells me that it doesn't have to be Josh picking the coach, but he certainly can't be against it, right? He's got to endorse it in some way, and that's where I land on Joe Brady.
The reaction around the league is very much what you heard from Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd, which if you're confusing them, maybe you like that. But the reaction around the league is,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. I think there's a very easy thing to be upset with, and it's not even really, doesn't have to be controversial. Their process and how quick it went. Other teams are having multiple interviews.
Yeah.
The Bills.
And have been doing it weeks longer than the Bills have. Like, their starting point was weeks
The
before
Raiders
the
are still going for weeks
Right.
and weeks and weeks. The Cardinals, maybe these teams are doing massive overhauls, and that's why they need more conversations.
And maybe they're striking out on candidates that they might have wanted. Like the Browns, maybe, if Grant Udinski wanted to be their head coach, might have had a coach a week ago.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the Browns are trying to keep Jim Schwartz as their defensive coordinator.
Yep.
There might be factors, but the Bills' coaching search is rip through a bunch of interviews and be done.
Right.
One set
Talk
of interviews.
to everybody once.
Joe Brady interviewed with the Ravens twice.
And the Raiders twice.
And sure.
I think and maybe there's another one. At least those two. He did 2 interviews.
And the Bills went through a bunch of interviews, got Rooney Rule compliant on Saturday, added a late Nate Schillhouse interview. We're good. Brady.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound like a thorough process to only have one interview per candidate, but maybe their interviews are longer. I guess I can't know the inner workings of that. It's kind of funny. Like, just listening yesterday, it was a full freak out from a lot of people, understandably, because I think what you wanted yesterday, or the day they hired their coach, you wanted to believe that things that they do will be different.
The open search concludes in-house. Joe Brady is the Buffalo Bills' next head coach. Announced yesterday he signed a 5-year deal as the next coach. Some rumors on potential staffing. Denver Broncos defensive pass game coordinator Jim Leonhard is expected to be the leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator for the Bills, according to Adam Schefter. No other updates on staffing as of yet. Tomorrow at noon, Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue in their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs 7-4 and expanding their win streak 2-4.
Here's Dahlin with an empty net. Scores! Hat-trick goal for Rasmus Dahlin, the first of his career. And the Sabres go up 7-4 with 43.4 seconds to go in the third.
As heard there, Rasmus Dahlin scored a hat trick for the first time in his career. Something to note, though, Luukkonen exited the game early in the first period and did not return with an injury, so we'll be awaiting updates on his status. The Sabres next return home, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Bill Belichick not voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot. The Titans hire Brian Daboll as the team's offensive coordinator. Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic reports the Jets reached out to John Gruden about the idea of joining Aaron Glenn's staff. Gruden, however, wasn't interested in the job. The Broncos fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that pass game coordinator for Denver, Davis Webb, received requests to interview for the Ravens, Eagles, and Giants offensive coordinator vacancies. The Cardinals are interviewing Ron Rivera for their vacant head coaching position as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I don't love that. This is just my gut reaction. If the argument of firing McDermott was we essentially needed a team exorcism, then I do not know that bringing in a guy who's been there for the last 4 years is a fix. Now, I guess the bright side is he was not there for the 13 seconds game, which seems to still have a long tail for that organization, but he was there for all the other devastating postseason losses. That's a little uninspiring, I would say.
To that point, that's Nick Wright. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. Winter. It's like Antarctica out there. Yesterday was just like, what is this winter hellscape?
Yep.
It was tough. It's been a brutal couple of weeks. To that point from Nick Wright, here's a thought experiment for everyone, all right? Ready? The Bills have a good season. Joe Brady's the head coach. The offense is good. The defense looks improved, blah, blah, blah. They lose in the playoffs in the divisional round. Is that Joe Brady's first or fourth playoff loss? Does he get connected to the 3 before, where he's the offensive coordinator, or is it clean slate time? Here we're learning that 13 seconds is a big factor in what has happened. And if you want that to have been the case, that's fine. You can hold past history against the guy if you want to. I'm only asking if when Joe Brady and the offense, if they have a game that they lose in the playoffs, is that his first or his fourth? You don't even have to answer it.
Yeah, no.
Thought experiment. Do what you want with that.
I like it. Because to me, it would depend on the nature of the playoff losses, given that you're only really in charge of one side
exactly
of the ball.
The way they've gone. Yeah. Exactly the way they've gone.
The way they've gone, like what Nick kind of lays out there. Like if he were the offensive coordinator for 13 seconds, I wouldn't put that on him.
No.
Because you drove down the field twice in the final 2 minutes.
Multiple times, gave a lead.
Yeah, and since then, again, it's 1 touchdown on 10 drives
in the fourth quarter and overtime.
So, like, I would put those as much on him. Like, to me, if he loses in the playoffs next year, it will be, for me, his fourth. Because your offense let this team down in the biggest moments, which is what was cited as the reason McDermott was gone. So by that logic, playoff wall and doing it in the biggest moments and what McDermott did in 13 seconds, and then you want to lay it out since then, like that was the reasoning. So if I'm using that logic, Brady's offense has let them down. Therefore, to me, like this would be number 4.
Is he halfway to a playoff wall? Is it clean slate? And that is, I think, part of the point about going in-house and not exercising things. Someone wrote to me yesterday on Twitter, maybe it's time to admit the defense always allowed the last winning drive of each playoff loss, and the defense was McDermott's. To which I would say, a little snarky little response here, but like as the greats have all said, all the great quarterbacks have all said, I want the ball in my hands down 3 for a final drive, but only to run clock because the previous stop was already made. Like the big moments, it's all about big moments. It's all about talking about these playoff losses and these very, very fine margins. This offense, 3 years in a row, has had the ball with a chance to either take a lead or win a game. They did against Jacksonville twice, and the defense got to stop. Mm-hmm. Then this year against the Denver Broncos, like previous years, they scored 24 against the Chiefs in a home game and lost. Mm-hmm. Like that's a year where I don't put it on your defense, I put it on your offense.
And even the idea, so what was it that they allowed a drive, the defense at the end?
Yeah.
Because in the 3 playoff losses that Brady was the offensive coordinator, it's not really fully true. I mean, the Denver game, sure. Like, okay, you're going to get some field goals here. The Broncos kicked a field goal after the Bills forced a 3-and-out to start overtime. To hand the offense, here you go, field goal to go win the football game. That's a gift from us.
And then, by the way, it was a bad call, according to a lot. I mean, many people think it was a bad call. Like, maybe that should have been a catch.
But whatever. The last drive that should have been for the defense was a stop, a 3-and-out. In the Chief game, in the AFC Championship game, the last drive for Kansas City was a field goal. They were tied. So, is that bad? Is that good? You gave the offense a chance to win the game or tie it with a field goal. So, yeah, sure, you let them go 50 yards, but then you stopped them. You didn't let them score a touchdown on their last drive. The year before the 16-play drive with the Diggs drop and the missed Tyler Bass field goal, what was the drive before that?
There's an Allen fumble on that drive, too.
And the Allen fumble that didn't happen. But what was the defensive drive before that? It wasn't a touchdown.
It was a 3-and-out?
It was a 5-play punt. 5 plays punt by Kansas City. So that doesn't hold up. Again, like the point totals in these games are 27, 32, and 33. Like if you just do it by that, then sure, like it's not going to end up looking great for you. But the problem with McDermott in 13 seconds wasn't nobody spends time talking about how many points the Chiefs scored in that game total. It was
42.
42. But it was what you did at the end. The end.
Their last 2 possessions they scored. Well, their last 3 touchdowns.
Last 3 if you count overtime.
The last 3. If you the Tyreek Hill breakdown is the first one. You get a touchdown.
Then you play prevent.
Then play prevent, give up 2 catches, and, of course, like kick it into the end zone. Like, we've been through it all. And then in overtime, you lose a coin toss.
Right. That was your problem. Your problem was biggest moments you did as poor a job as humanly possible. And in the 3-game sense, at the end, they have responded to give the offense the thing you wanted in the 13 seconds game, which was a chance to win the game. That's what everybody wanted in that game. Just give Allen another crack at it.
And 3 times.
And you couldn't. 3 times. And in the 3-game sense, all 3, you've done it. A punt and 2 field goals forced. That was enough. Especially when they weren't even as talented. Especially this last year.
Right. 803-0550. I just really bristle at 27 should be enough, 30 should be enough. I know what you're saying, but it's the point I made to start the season and wherever we get to this, that 30 should be enough during the regular season. That is stroke play. My stroke play, match play comparison. That is stroke play. 27 should be enough. You score 27 in every single regular season game, what's your record going to be? I bet you go like 13-4. It'd be great.
Yep.
You score 27 in every playoff game. How should you do? That depends. You know how many teams have been sent home scoring 27 or more in this year's playoffs? It's 4. It's not just the Bills. The Rams, the Panthers, the Packers, all got sent home scoring 27. Do they get to hang a banner and say, well, 27 should be enough? Like, no. It is match play. And I'd love for them to give up less. But in every one of those spots, like you pointed out, Joe, I've got Josh Allen and supposedly my number 1 ranked offense, the MVP one year, the number 1 rush offense another year, and I give you the ball. Here it is. I've set you up. I made the stop, a 5-play punt with A.J. Klein and Dorian Williams and a skeleton squad. I made that stop. Here's the ball. Let's go win this game, go to the next round.
Right.
Didn't get it. Last year, AFC Championship game. hold them to a field goal. Here's the ball. Go do it. 17 yards, done. Like, that's the point about it's not a full exorcism. I think the hire can work. I'm not miserable about it. I, of course, desperately want them to get receivers. And I want Brady to show us that, he's been doing the best he can with what he has. And now he's going to go in there and say, like, listen, if this offseason, all I need from you is Carnell Tate, and you can do the rest.
Well,
where do I sign up for that? You can have every other asset, every other cap dollar, everything. You throw Carnell Tate in this offense, and I'm good. That's all I'm going to ask for. But I don't know if he is allowed to ask for that or allowed to say that it's not good enough.
Well, also the point you made earlier about how they've kind of been a year late to all of these trends in the league and the evolution of offense. Like, where are they going to be thinking in terms of the scheme of the offense? Are they going to try to evolve? Or are they going to bring it right back with the same style of offense that they've been running?
Which is very good and will probably win 13 games, 12, 13 games.
Probably.
But you are now, of course, keeping up with another team in your division. And the idea of going on the road might become more routine.
And whatever you can throw out there about how the offense did in the regular season, statistically, it got Allen hit.
A lot.
And maybe that is honestly going to be the spark more than anything that gets them to evolve in some way. And that could be, increasing the talent at receiver, just giving him more options that can separate and so that you don't have all these coverage sacks where he's hanging on the ball, and then blast, he gets hit because nobody was open on the play. Maybe they start to become a little bit more pass happy. They've been one of the run heaviest teams in the league the last 2 years. So maybe they start to evolve from that a little bit. And you can have your reasons as to why, I have mine, why they should do that. I just think you're a better offense and you're more dangerous when you're that way. They might do it because Allen is getting hit. And if they just do it, the motivation doesn't really matter. I think that's more likely, though. It's more likely they would change the way they play offense because they just watched Allen get hit repeatedly.
Right. They got to get under center a lot more. That's what I would do. Part of what they should do. There's some splits on that, too, about under center, how much more valuable it is if you can, in fact, pull it off. Anyway, Dennis in Lockport, that's play action game, that's run game. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. I love what you guys have. Been trying to get hold of you guys for a few days to ask a question. More about one of our wide receivers. You guys had some talks about Coleman and a few others. But, one thing I do agree with you with Brady is I think he could do all right. Problem with his offense, it became predictable. I mean, I can close my eyes, tell you first down is going to be run up the middle. Second down, chunk play. Third down, whatever we can get probably with Josh if we're lucky, or a bad pass or a small pass. And fourth down, Josh Allen. Nobody could figure. Everyone knows that. So and it showed in the playoff games. Here's the question on the wide receivers, and sometimes it resurrects one. It can resurrect somebody's career. With Coleman and Kincaid, we have a couple issues here. Kincaid can't stay healthy long enough to keep going the way he does. And he's a great tight end, but I kind of wondered, what if they used him more as a receiver and put Coleman as a hybrid tight end style guy who can go right in the middle. He doesn't have to get separation. He's a big body. He's a tough kid. He can jump. Maybe play that area, because I think it was you guys when we first drafted him, one of the guys there who said he's not going to get the separation on the outside. He's that guy in the middle. And, you look at it and you kind of wonder, can he fit that mold maybe where get him settled down, get him in that spot, and then it could release Kincaid, who he has the ability to get down the field. And he's sure-handed down there.
He does, but again, middle of the field is crowded. Mm-hmm. If Coleman starts there now, Shakir is mostly in the backfield and behind the line of scrimmage, I guess. You never needed Coleman. It was such an obvious you don't need him.
And this idea so rarely works. Waller did it. Darren Waller did it. He converted from receiver to tight end, and he was awesome.
Jordan Matthews tried it.
Juwan Johnson's another one that did it. Jordan Matthews did it, and
Didn't work.
Most guys, there are two really success stories to me, when it happens in the NFL. everybody else, right? It's guy at the end of the road that flames out because they've got nothing left. Jordan Matthews did it. Kelvin Benjamin tried to come back with the Giants playing tight end.
Yeah.
Devin Funchess converted to tight end.
It's just
Justin Shorter converted to tight end with the Raiders. And where is he? Not on a team. Like, to me, that's your end of the road. He would have to put on, he's 215. Kincaid, who everyone considers to be like a smaller, less, like not as thick of a tight end, is 25 pounds bigger than Keon Coleman. So, one, you'd have to put on all that weight. And two, you're going to have more blocking responsibilities. And I don't know, don't you want the guy to be a dog if he's going to do that? And I got videos all year of Keon jogging on the field. Like, has he got that motor that he's going to switch to tight end? I think it's a silly idea.
Well, I don't know if Coleman's more likely to be on the roster than he was before this. Is he? Isn't Brady the one that would have wanted him picked?
That's a really good question.
McDermott's the one with attention to detail. You're late for meetings. You're this and that. Does he get a fresh start, clean slate, because it's the offensive coordinator that would have probably
a more lackadaisical head coach?
I'm not even saying that. Just saying when Terry Pegula says the coaching staff pushed for Coleman, it had to be Brady. Had to be. Or the receivers coach. I mean, it's definitely the offensive staff. So does he get a clean slate? You could listen, you want to make the case that he should get a clean slate because he's a young receiver and he's cheap. Fine. Pretend it's the flyer you've taken on another player rather than just trade him for nothing. If you wanted to try that, you could.
He's Chase Claypool at this point. He's,
Chase Claypool had a 1,000-yard season.
Andy Isabella. Like, he's one of these, KJ Hamler.
Right.
One of these
he's a flyer.
1,000 second-round receivers they've brought in that had failed in their previous stop and didn't have anything left.
Right,
like,
this is just his first stop.
He's your version of that.
For sure.
So, if he's on the team, I guess, but he's playing snaps? What is his role?
Did they take him to block? Didn't they draft him to block and to do back shoulder throws?
I can find anybody to do that.
Trust me, I know. I know.
Like, to me, it would just make the most sense. Maybe Brady makes it more likely he's here. It makes the most sense to me to just trade him for a fifth, trade him for a sixth. He might not even want to come back because of what the owner said.
Right.
It might not even be up to them.
I wonder if you don't bring him to camp and see if he can beat out other guys. And if he loses the job, then you just cut him. But again, it's not like you cleaned house and with Jarmo Kekalainen can decide to trade a player away that he did not draft. If he wants to trade a player, I got no connections to this guy. If the Bills were to cut or take the loss on Keon Coleman, the head coach and the GM have to take that loss at a position that is, of course, already a big sore spot. So I'm not...
Well, unless they try to pin it on McDermott.
Right.
Which is kind of what...
Mario in Jacksonville. Hey, Mario, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
It's funny. I think most Bills fans today, or at least maybe just in my collective circle, are scrambling to try to convince themselves that they like the hire. Because I think if you would have asked or took a poll on Bills fans after the Denver game before McDermott was fired, what changes did they want? They wanted Brandon Beane gone, and they wanted Joe Brady gone, and then a week later, they're both promoted to the highest positions in the organization, arguably, right? The thing I take issue with the most is how many times during the season did we see Allen throw his hands up and mouth?
What are we doing?
Caught it. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And then I listen to you guys regularly, and we talked about how I think the word we used was how uninspiring or predictable the Joe Brady offense was. So now we're all praying that all of the issues that stemmed from the team, now we're looking at the offense, came from McDermott, which I think we can all agree McDermott wasn't really a meddler in the offense. At least that's what we had heard before all of this was happening. So for us to now turn around and think, well, maybe Joe Brady is a magician and he got the success that he had with the team that he had because that was what he was forced to use, I just don't know if I can get behind it. And I think today we're kind of all praying that is true. Otherwise, I don't know if I can sit through another season of first down, 2-yard gain, second down, tunnel screen, or that's the third and long play. Sorry. I don't know what second down is. But for him to call plays again, it just doesn't seem like ownership or the GM are really plugged into what the problems have been over the last few years, or maybe they're just smarter than all the Bills fans who have been watching the team for years. So just want to get your guys' thoughts on do you actually think McDermott had a bigger hand to play in how the team was structured offensively? Or was it more so, hey, the defense is so bad, we don't like the scheme, let's get him out of there and let's fix what we have?
Thanks, Mario. I'm excited, among other things. Like, some things about this change are, I think, easy to get excited about. Some are, well, you wonder. And the thing I'm excited about is this conversation is dead. We no longer have to say, is this his offense? It's got to be. The buck stops with Brady. And the first thing I'll see with this is next year, like, what is their neutral pass frequency? That is, in the league, on this down and distance, teams pass it this much. How much do you pass it? Teams run it this much. How much do you run it? And for pass rate over expected, with Josh Allen as your quarterback, the Bills have been run heavy. They don't pass it much.
Yep.
And there are moments, there are games. These are the finest lines, the margins on wins and losses. I think back to Joe Brady's first ever playoff loss, which is Sean McDermott's playoff loss. Home, divisional round, Chiefs. And after that game, it was a widely held belief that he called a game to protect McDermott's defense because A.J. Klein's playing linebacker.
Yep.
Like, they're missing so many players. How are they going to get through this? The belief was they had these long drives, ball control, and that was to protect the defense. Now, it's worth pointing out, they could get to a spot where he's now the head coach and he thinks, I've got to call offense to protect my defense because it's so injured. The difference would be we wouldn't blame that on the defensive coach. We would say, oh, that's Joe Brady's decision. In that game, I point out all the time, they had 13 plays of 2nd and 4, and they ran on 10 of them. Mm-hmm. They were running the clock. They were playing to keep Mahomes off the field. They were playing scared of the Chiefs' offense, and I hated every second of it. I hate being the team trying to keep the other guy off the field. That's what they're trying to do to you. They should be the ones trying to keep your quarterback off the field and the ball out of your quarterback's hands. And the Joe Brady offense has often taken the ball out of Josh Allen's hands, which might lead to him, when he does have it, trying to do more because he gets a limited amount of plays. So pass frequency over expected. The amount a team would pass the ball, the Bills are below expected. On 1st and 10, they are below expected. On 2nd and short, they're right where they should be. On 2nd and 3, a little over. 2nd and 8, a little over. 3rd and 1 or 2, what are they doing? They are passing it half as much as other teams.
Right.
They are just playing for the new set of downs so often. It's 3rd and 1. What are you going to do? You're going to get 1. And some teams might, on 3rd and 1, shoot for 13 or 25 down the field. The Patriots did that in a playoff game. Which one was it? Was it it's their touchdown against the Texans? 4th and 1, touchdown over the middle to Mario Douglas, 26 yards. Like, the Bills are not taking that shot. And they have Josh Allen. And, like, I know that's a small point. So when the season zooms out and you're like, what are you worried about? Their running offense was number 1. Their passing offense was number 6. Like, great. That should be. What are you doing in the moments? And we will now shed McDermott was forcing them to do what he did, and it'll all be at the feet of Joe Brady. So we'll see what he does.
That playoff loss, by the way, that one almost can be a little different than the others because on offense, you can't fully use, not fully, the excuse of, well, he didn't have any personnel. I mean, sure, Trent Sherfield did start that football game, so it wasn't totally good, but you had Shakir, you had Kincaid healthy, and you did have Diggs. And Diggs at the beginning of that year, under Ken Dorsey, still looked like an elite number 1 wide receiver. He was having on like career pace highs in the first 6 games. And then he left for Houston and was still great. And then he tore his ACL and went to New England and was still great. So
good to great.
All around, good to great in New England is probably better. He had like 1,000 yards.
Yeah, not the same player he was, but certainly usable.
But I have proof that he was way better than what they had been using him to be. Like, you had someone. You had even 3 guys for that game. That if you wanted to attack Kansas City in that game, you had more ability to do that. But you had relegated Diggs to almost a gadget player at that point.
He also dropped a pretty big one.
And he did drop the one big one. But other than that one big one that he dropped, like, that was his role. at the end of that year. And like maybe that's the most damning evidence of them all, that he can't get the most out of that position. Because while MVS and Curtis Samuel and Palmer and Elijah Moore, like all these guys had career lows under Joe Brady. None of those guys are great players, even when they were at their best. Diggs was. And under Brady, he was the least efficient player in the league by yards per target. How did that happen? It was by choice. And he was available to you in that playoff game. And he had 3 catches for 21 yards. Yes, it should have been like 4 for 60. But even 4 for 60. What is that? It's not amazing. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll be different if they draft a receiver in the first or second round and the guy's actually really talented. Will Brady get the most out of them? Because that's my biggest question with him right now is, do you have what it takes to take this offense and evolve it to another gear, another level, where 6th in passing is actually a failure of this offense? Right. Because you have one of the best 2 quarterbacks in football. You should be 1st, 2nd, or 3rd at least every year. 6th shouldn't be good enough.
803-0550 is our phone number. Joe Brady has the job. No pressure. No pressure. It'll be interesting to see, like Sal talked about it, how attention to detail versus, different demeanor, how he'll change how the locker room feels and how the team feels week to week. Preparation, how does he work off the bye week? Sean McDermott, perfect off the bye, that's gone. It's scrapping 9 years of trends to start anew and learn about this new relationship between the head coach and the team, the fans, all that. So, exciting times. A defensive coordinator, we'll see. Jim Leonard, I think, would make a lot of people feel really good and be pretty excited about that. We'll continue to learn more about him. He's a candidate, though. He's not hired. The Bills have not announced that. Offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach, lots still to come. Special teams coordinator, offensive line. Their assistant offensive line coach had an interview, I think, in Jacksonville it was, Austin Gunn. Yep. So I don't know if he's going to be elevated to the offensive line coach here. Still lots to figure out. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Now, as far as temperament, as far as personality, as far as head coach acumen, all those kinds of things. I think Joe Brady is an incredibly energetic, positive person. And I think that played really well for him here. Because for 9 years, Sean McDermott, who is great at all the details and all of the things that we talk about that made Sean McDermott a really excellent coach. McDermott also has a very different personality than Joe Brady from my interactions and personally with them. As you guys can imagine, and maybe yours as well. Sorry. And that is this, that Sean is very, very, Sean is grinding. He's always on top of things, every little detail. I think, when you're around Sean McDermott, when you are around the organization and he's the head coach, there's always this pressure of making sure every little thing is buttoned up. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his style. I think Joe Brady brings in a new, hey, positive, high energy, let's go. I'm not saying he's not in on the details. That's not at all. But I think that there's maybe a bit of a relief of, having that type of personality versus what you just worked under for a lot of pressure for a while. And it remains to be seen how that manifests itself. That can be positive. That can be negative. And I think going forward here, the Bills probably wanted someone in the building who said, look, maybe there was so much pressure that how it mounted over the last several years because of McDermott's personality and not getting there, that we needed a different kind of personality in charge of the organization. I do think they are different in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. We'll find out how it works out. I'm a little sensitive to this entire point because it sounds like training camp will be Diggs part 2. Oh, we're so much more relaxed now. Everybody's more relaxed and the pressure is off. This team is constantly wanting to kind of alleviate pressure, but they can't ever do that because they're supposed to win. So It'll be interesting. Can they live in the pressure more comfortably? It'll be kind of another version of that, it seems.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field real routes, wide receiver, right? Like the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, like, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, well, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve.
Joe Brady was the first interview they had here. They never interviewed anyone a second time. They went through a lot of first interviews. They never got to Clint Kubiak because they couldn't. So who knows if that would have been something on the menu this week. Probably would have at least talked to him, right? That being said, we also knew, because Terry Bagula said it, Josh Allen was going to have a seat at the table in some capacity. He was going to be involved in the process and part of the team to, select the new head coach. And when you hear that, you have to know that means Joe Brady, Brian Daboll, people that Josh has a relationship with, are going to be squarely in the mix. So to get to this point can't be super stunning, but I did not think they would go in-house. But this tells me that it doesn't have to be Josh picking the coach, but he certainly can't be against it, right? He's got to endorse it in some way, and that's where I land on Joe Brady.
Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs 7-4 and expanding their win streak to 4 as well.
Here's Dahlin with an empty net. Scores! Hat-trick goal for Rasmus Dahlin, the first of his career. And the Sabres go up 7-4 with 43.4 seconds to go in the third.
As heard there, Rasmus Dahlin scored a hat trick for the first time in his career. Something to note, though, Luukkonen exited the game in the first period and did not return with an injury, so we'll be awaiting updates on his status. The Sabres next return home, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
At age 36, he's going to take the reins and presumably provide continuity for quarterback Josh Allen. The offense will be the same. That's what Joe Brady's expertise is. Sean McDermott is a defensive guy, but the pressure is going to be on. Whoever took the job was going to have the pressure, the expectation, the mandate. And the bare minimum is do as well as Sean McDermott did. The idea is the next guy is going to do even better, to get back to a Super Bowl for the first time since 1993, to win a Super Bowl for the first time ever. Bills fans will be paying very close attention, and we'll all be watching in the offseason to see what the Bills may do to improve the talent on the roster.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Another big story in the NFL, Bill Belichick is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. And the big controversy to follow it, we'll get back to your calls on Joe Brady, the next Bills head coach, and what Mike Florio has to say there. One of the big controversies around it is, should voting be anonymous? Mm-hmm. Should we know who the 10 voters were that voted no on Bill Belichick to the Hall of Fame?
At least 10.
Yeah.
At least 10. Yeah.
And I don't think we have to know. There seems to be this, they must be held accountable. But the reality is, in the world we live in now, this is true of the MVP voting, this is true of if the Pro Football Hall of Fame were to release who voted for what. And some out there are saying yes, I did vote yes. I voted yes. So by process...
17 people of the 50 have said they voted
So by
yes.
process of elimination, if all the yes votes said, yes, I did say yes, you'd know the 10 no votes. And then what would happen to them? What are they worthy of? Online scorn and death threats and articles about how they're idiots?
Yep.
Like I think about when Lamar won the MVP and Aaron Schatz was the lone voter that did not vote for him, and he got called out by everybody as some sort of Bills homer hater.
Yep.
Like it has to be okay for things to not be unanimous. Mm-hmm. I feel like that has to be okay for there to be some dissenting opinions. And if there were 10 people that thought Bill Belichick shouldn't make it because of the cheating scandals, then that kind of has to be okay. The whole concept is there's going to be a committee, there's going to be a voting process. If you want to change the process, you can do that. But how many would have been okay to say no? 3? 7? None? Is no one allowed to dissent on Belichick?
Right.
I think he should probably go in as a first ballot guy. I think it's ridiculous he's not going to. But I do not think that they should all be called to the center, called to the village square to speak for their sin.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I wouldn't have voted for him for the first time. I wouldn't have.
You would have punished him.
I would have said, this cheating scandals, you're not allowed to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Well,
You're still going to get in.
I would have voted no. I know you're going to get in. I'll probably vote for you next year. But you got caught cheating. Really, you got caught and were punished twice. You were caught a third time spying on the Bengals, and then you didn't get punished for that. Like, that would matter to me. You're not enough to keep you out entirely, but no, you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer. If I wanted to include his record without Tom Brady, I could do that too, though. He's got a worse win percentage than Joe Philbin in 12 seasons. 12 seasons without Brady. That's a lot of seasons.
Sure.
And he was well below 500. That wouldn't be the reason I would keep him out, though. I would do it because of the cheating.
Jason Springle. Hey, Jace.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to get you guys' opinion on a couple draft picks coming up. Mekhi Lemon, obviously I know, he's kind of projected to come to us. I think we're a little out of the reach of Carnell Tate, even though I'd really love him.
No one's out of reach, Jace. No one.
I know, but I just don't think we can. I don't know. I don't think Bean will make the deal to get up that high. And then Jacob Rodriguez on the defensive side. I think he'd be like a really good kind of filler for Milano, maybe. Just want to get your guys' opinion on that.
Yeah.
I mean, linebackers
definitely going to be there. Linebacker, they have a ton of needs, and maybe there's a lot going on with this Brady hire. I feel like there are Bills fans that would have preferred something else, but also think this doesn't have to be a disaster. Really, what I want in this process is the Bills to show some humility instead of acting like Sean McDermott submarined a Super Bowl roster. That's really at the heart of it. Yeah. He did not submarine a Super Bowl roster. You have glaring needs. You're over the cap again, a bloated cap, void years to get Joey Bosa and Matt Milano, final years out of them, practice squad guys, Jordan Phillips, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson saving your season. Like, these are not signs of a healthy, very good roster. These are signs of desperation to keep it afloat. Yeah. So, humility that, we got to do a better job of, putting a defense together for whoever the next defensive coordinator is. And a lot of the reporting on how Brady got the job was understanding the relationship between coaching and personnel, and the perception of it, if right or wrong, the perception is He's the guy that told you he had a good roster.
Yep. Did you see Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, by the way?
No, but I'm ready.
Guess how many wide receivers are off the board by the time the Bills pick at number 26?
4.
5.
Okay, it's going to be Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate goes 5.
Makai Lemon.
He goes 14.
Does he have Denzel Boston?
He goes 22nd.
Okay. And the other one is going to be, who is it?
Jordan Tyson goes 8th.
Oh, of course, Jordan Tyson.
And then there is one other. Zachariah Branch from Georgia goes 25. One pick in front of the Bills.
Right.
What do the Bills pick?
A linebacker. A defensive end.
The 6th receiver, Chris Brazzell.
Oh, yeah, Tennessee.
The 6th receiver off the board.
Every highlight of him is him dusting a dude down the field and then waiting for a throw like it's a punt because the quarterback doesn't hit him.
He's so open. And yeah.
He gets vertical separation, yeah. Am I ready to do this to myself again?
3 months.
Am I ready to see the Bills bring in 7 receivers for private visits like they do every year?
Before they draft Caden McDonald, the
am I
defensive
ready
tackle.
For February 27th when the receivers meet at the Combine and every receiver says, we've met with the Bills?
You tell me. They got the big board behind you. It's empty. Get some names on there.
We're going to fill up that board. And if anybody out there thinks they can talk me out of a receiver that's going in the top 5, you're nuts.
Is this glass like clean? Like, can you put like not dry erase marker? Like, can you put marker on the glass and then wash it like easily? You can put some names up there, make our board on the glass. There's got to be some room to do something like that.
It's not worked yet. Can we bully the Bills into doing this? What if I change the wide receiver board here and start? What if we just started calling it Joe Brady's wide receiver train? Could we convince him it's his idea?
Like we gift it to him?
Yeah, it's his train now.
I don't know. I think if we haven't been able to bully them into it at this point, maybe we should take the alternative approach and just demand they draft linebackers for 3 months and then they will draft wide receivers.
Yeah, demand edges.
Yeah, right.
Which they are going to need. Jake in Buffalo. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Morning, guys. I just had a question about the hiring of Joe Brady. One of the main sticking points that they have for hiring him is that he nailed the CEO portion of the interview. And I was just really curious to see what you guys thought the definition of a CEO for a head coach would be. Thanks. I'll hang up and listen.
It's a good question that they will answer hopefully tomorrow at noon. Like, what about it? What's the CEO vision? Is that – and the other part of it isn't being the CEO – the CEO works for the GM in this scenario.
Yeah, like if we're taking it literal, then no. Right, he's not the CEO because he has a CEO above him.
But he's a CEO.
That he's reporting
He's going to be the CEO of the roster.
He's really more like
he's the manager. Like
he's the CFO.
Okay.
Not the CFO. He's more like the chief people officer. Yeah, that's more what he is. He's a CPO.
Chief people officer?
Yeah.
Fair.
That's really what it is.
He's the boy, what buzz phrases are we going to get? Are we getting timeouts before big third downs, Kodaks? Are we getting
Kodaks on offense?
Are we getting do your 111th? Are we getting humble and hungry? Like
will he kneel with 45 seconds left or with a minute left when the other team only has 2 timeouts? Was that the Jacksonville situation? Someone asked him if he would have kneeled against the Jaguars. I want to know.
Yeah.
I'll feel a lot better about it if he said he would have.
That's good. I think we're going to get all new shirts. I mean, catchphrases, everything. They're going to win a lot of games, and we'll get more moments.
Are we getting a new catchphrase? Are they going to revisit the one that they've stopped using for a few?
Please don't. Although guess what? They used it at LSU. When he had Jefferson and Chase, they said everybody eats. It's not that everybody eats that's the problem. It's the people at the table. Like it's
right.
How about everybody eats except now it's going to be Joey Chestnut and Sonia the Black Widow Thomas and get the best eaters in the world.
I'm glad you gave more than one name because I didn't have more than one name for you.
You don't know Sonia Thomas?
No.
And then
who was the
Kobayashi?
Guy? Kobayashi.
And then Badlands Booker.
Yeah.
Am I out? These are like some of the legacy guys. There's another one.
Who was the guy on Man vs. Food?
Kobayashi.
Adam. No. Like there was a reality. Adam Richman.
Adam Richman.
Yeah, there you go. That guy.
There's a guy
he would just go around the country doing food challenges.
There's a guy from here too
that does that. Or
Yeah,
like his
one of the pro
competitive-
eaters
or
is from
competitive
here.
eater. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, this guy wasn't a competitive eater. He would just had a TV show where he would go to restaurants for the biggest challenges. I don't think that happens.
The Royal Rumble is this weekend, and it's at 2:00 on Saturday.
That's odd. Also, it's on ESPN.
Yeah.
Coverage begins at noon on the ESPN app. What a time we live in.
Yeah.
The Royal Rumble.
The Royal Rumble
from Saudi Arabia on ESPN Saturday at 2.
That's right.
What?
Right.
What?
Listen, the Royal Rumble is awesome.
Aren't they going to be playing dodgeball at the Pro Bowl or something at that time?
Yes.
Or capture the flag? What are they doing this year?
Yes.
Foursquare? They can play pickleball? What are the events?
What's the Olympic countdown at, by the way?
We are. I thought aren't there a couple events before the opening ceremonies, like there normally would be?
There usually are. In fact, aren't there some events that are taking place in like Connecticut? What is that? There are some Olympic events that are not even taking place in Italy.
Oh, like in the Summer Olympics when they had surfing in Tahiti, while the rest of the Olympics was going on in France, like that.
I think there's an Olympic.
I've got February 9th February 6th as a start date for the Olympics.
Okay.
So that's 9 days away.
That's the opening ceremonies, yeah.
That's the opening ceremony. So maybe we're actually
February
a week
6th.
from
We're
like
getting
something
close.
that happens before that.
Somebody find out. I swear there's some events
By
that
the
are
way,
happening in Connecticut.
Very quickly on the Olympics.
Or Massachusetts.
Man, I'll feel for Luukkonen if he's got a bad injury because I think he was taking that net.
Yeah.
The way it was tracking, Saros has been very bad for Nashville lately, and Luukkonen's been so hot that I was really wondering if he was going to start for Finland in the Olympics, which is like, that's a career achievement, right? And if he's got a bad injury, then that might take him out of it.
803-0550, our phone number. Go trade up for Carnell Tate. You're not going to talk me into anything else for the next 3 months. Oh, I'll draft like 5 other receivers. It's fine. All right, Jeremy and Joe, your phone calls, 803-0550. The defensive coordinator news, like that'll be the next big shoe to drop. If it's Jim Leonard, I don't know much about Jim Leonard. I know the people that I follow about football love this idea. No matter where he goes. I've seen multiple fan bases like, boy, we should get Jim Leonard. So, and I know a lot of the Bills people I follow, it'd be a very big change, and they'd be very excited about Jim Leonard, former Bill. So that's the next shoe to drop. Hopefully that happens. 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook.
The other part of it that I think is unraveling is the idea that Sean McDermott was fired because of hitting the proverbial playoff wall and not because of some power play or some internal relationship that fell apart in the Bills front office and McDermott. Because if the playoff wall was the reason you got rid of the last coach, you are keeping someone who was a part of that.
Yeah, big part of it.
A big part of it. All the failures in the fourth quarter and overtime and 3 consecutive playoff losses, he's the coordinator for. And you're signing up for that going forward. If it was all about the playoff wall, then how are the GM and the offensive coordinator still going? That doesn't add up. So to me, I'm left to believe, any thought that McDermott's relationship and maybe his questioning of the roster would have been a much bigger piece of it than just, they just lost to Denver. And then they lost the 2 games to Kansas City. And that was the reason why McDermott was gone from the last 3 years. I don't buy it. Doesn't make sense. And also the personnel part of it that you're seeing reported from Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport about how Joe Brady was aligned on personnel.
The quote is the alignment is important between coaching and player personnel. He understood the relationship between that. What does that mean?
That doesn't sound good either, because that sounds to me like, there were reports about McDermott questioning the roster. He kind of did that openly, also during the season in the press conferences, and that sounds to me like you're hiring a coach who knows he's not going to question that. That it's not his place to say, oh no, our roster isn't good enough. You leave that to the GM, and if he thinks the roster is good enough, then that's what goes.
That's what it is, right?
So to me, like that lines up with a lot of the reasons we thought McDermott got fired, that they were trying to dispel in the press conference, and I think hiring Brady reinforces them.
Yeah, it's a very scary idea. Not that this is the truth, but there is some belief. It's a scary idea that merely thinking your roster is not as good as the GM is a problem. The GM thinks it's a certain level of good. Sir, I do not think it's that good.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, oh, well, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field. Real routes, wide receiver, right? Like the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, well, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve. Brian Daboll to the Titans.
He chose that over Philly, and there was the story that he and the Giants tried to trade a bunch of stuff to get Cam Ward last year in the NFL draft.
And instead, he takes Jackson Dart.
Right.
And that looked okay.
That looked good. But,
so now he gets to work with Cam Ward.
But he liked Ward. I liked Ward. I think he's got some talent. It just was so brutal for him all around him, the coaching, the roster. He made dumb decisions too. It doesn't have to work, but I would be open to him making that work there and making Ward into something really good.
Press conference tomorrow. It is mock draft season. Who'd you say Mel Kiper hit his first?
Mel Kiper, it was 4 days ago. He had 6 receivers in the first round, including one of the Bills.
Okay. Bucky Brooks has the Bills taking linebacker C.J. Allen out of Georgia.
Okay.
Is that bet on the board?
I
got to cash that bet. You didn't pay that one yet, did you? Right? Will they take a linebacker or a running back first was the bet last year.
Right. I might as well just pay that. I'll hold on to it.
They do like taking running backs. They've taken a lot of running backs over the years.
Give me them picking a running back that they say they're going to convert to receiver. But at the time, it was a running back. That's how I win the bet.
Maybe.
I have a weird knowledge of the Georgia roster because that's the team I use in NCAA. So
how is
I can tell you all
scouting
about
report linebacker C.J. Allen?
So athletic.
What do we got? plays with his hair on fire.
The dude, I think his
downhill
let me
attacks.
just say this. His speed in the game is like a 94.
All right.
And he's a linebacker. Also, Zachariah Branch is like the most fun player I've ever played in a video game with. So
wide receiver Zachariah Branch.
I'm gonna be watching a lot of him. He's like a yak guy though, so I'm not sure he fits for what.
I mean, the Bills like yak guys.
I know they like yak guys.
Worth pointing out, there are yak guys that catch the ball down the field and also yak.
That's true.
That is Jamar Chase.
Tyreek Hill was that.
You don't have to catch the ball behind the line to be the yak guy. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Thank goodness for this Belichick not a first ballot Hall of Famer thing. Like the sports and conspiracy theory. ESPN and the Sports and Industrial Take Complex got into that voting room and said, listen, this Super Bowl is boring. We don't have any legacy talk on Darnold and May. We're going to need something. You get in there and you submarine Bill Belichick's Hall of Fame. You make sure we have some time to talk about this. No? You don't buy it? Okay. No? All right, fine. Thought it was a good idea.
Sal Palantonio has a vote, and he's on ESPN right now, so maybe we'll find out if he was one of the ones. Come on, someone courageous.
That's what I'm saying. They told Sal Pal, listen, it's going to stay quiet. You got to vote no. You got to get 9 other guys to do it. We need programming. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Now, as far as temperament, as far as personality, as far as head coach acumen, all those kinds of things. I think Joe Brady is an incredibly energetic, positive person, and I think that played really well for him here. Because for 9 years, Sean McDermott, who is great at all the details and all of the things that we talk about that made Sean McDermott a really excellent coach, McDermott also has a very different personality than Joe Brady from my interactions and personally with them. As you guys can imagine, and maybe yours as well. Sorry. And that is this, that Sean is very, very, like Sean is grinding. He's always on top of things, every little detail. I think, when you're around Sean McDermott, when you are around the organization and he's the head coach, there's always this pressure of making sure every little thing is buttoned up. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's his style. I think Joe Brady brings in a new, hey, positive, high energy, let's go. I'm not saying he's not in on the details. That's not at all. But I think that there's maybe a bit of a relief of, having that type of personality versus what you just worked under for a lot of pressure for a while. And it remains to be seen how that manifests itself. That can be positive. That can be negative. And I think going forward here, the Bills probably wanted someone in the building who said, look, maybe there was so much pressure that how it mounted over the last several years because of McDermott's personality and not getting there, that we needed a different kind of personality in charge of the organization. I do think they are different in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. We'll find out how it works out. I'm a little sensitive to this entire point because it sounds like training camp will be Diggs Part 2. Oh, we're so much more relaxed now. Everybody's more relaxed and the pressure is off. This team is constantly wanting to kind of alleviate pressure, but they can't ever do that because they're supposed to win. So It'll be interesting. Like, can they live in the pressure more comfortably? It'll be kind of another version of that, it seems.
Let's start there. I'll give a brief little thought on each one. All right, so when I saw about Belichick not getting in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot, I immediately thought I should tweet out, guys, I am not a Hall of Fame voter. Please don't blame this on me. I did not do this because I have been the number one person on this radio station for quite a while, I think, saying and believing, and I still believe this, Bill Belichick is not the greatest coach of all time. I do believe he's the most accomplished coach of all time. I've said that. There's a big difference. That doesn't mean I don't think he's not great. He definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. You know why, guys? because the Hall of Fame is about accomplishments. That's what it is. And he is the most accomplished coach ever. So, and people have always asked, well, who's the greatest? And Joe, you guys know I've said this before.
Joe Gibbs.
I hold Joe Gibbs up there as the greatest ever, and I say it's because he won 3 Super Bowls with 3 non-Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Went to 4 of them in a 12-year period. Now we can quibble about it. That's fine. There are other coaches I think who are also up there as doing great coaching jobs. But no doubt, Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot is pretty ridiculous. He should be in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. And the fact that Bill Polian is at the center of this is kind of comical, actually. He's a guy that, remember a few years ago, he said the Bills' offensive line was old and unathletic, and the Bills took a lot of exception to that. Eric Wood, they broke the drought, and then they tweeted out after they broke the drought about, hey, we're old and unathletic or something like that. I think that was that year that happened.
The open search concludes in-house. Joe Brady is the Buffalo Bills' next head coach. Announced yesterday he has signed a 5-year deal. Some rumors on staffing coming up. Denver Broncos defensive pass game coordinator Jim Leonard is expected to be the leading candidate to become the next defensive coordinator for the Bills, according to Adam Schefter. No other updates on staffing as of yet. Tomorrow at noon, Brady will address the media. The Sabres continue in their winning ways, defeating the Maple Leafs 7-4 and extending their win streak to 4 games.
Here's Dahlin with an empty net. Scores! Hat-trick goal for Rasmus Dahlin, the first of his career. And the Sabres go up 7-4 with 43.4 seconds to go in the third.
As heard there, Rasmus Dahlin scored a hat-trick, first time in his career. Something to note, Luukkonen exited the game in the first period with an injury and did not return, so we'll be awaiting updates on his status. The Sabres next return home, hosting the Kings tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, Bill Belichick was not voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot. The Titans hired Brian Daboll as the team's offensive coordinator, and Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic reports the Jets reached out to John Gruden about the idea of joining Aaron Glenn's staff. Gruden, however, was not interested in the job. The Broncos fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, and ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that passing game coordinator for the Broncos, Davis Webb, received requests to interview for the Ravens, Eagles, and Giants offensive coordinator vacancies. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall. It's 100% an open search. The list is not final, and there is no front runner, old, young, former coach, first-time coach. We're opening every door. We got to find the right guy.
We have breaking news out of Buffalo. According to Adam Schefter, the Bills are signing Joe Brady to a 5-year deal to be their next head coach.
Joe Brady is going to be the new head coach of the
Press conference tomorrow at noon. Hear from Bills' new head coach, Joe Brady, elevated from quarterbacks coach to offensive coordinator, now the head coach. Which, by the way, after winning, it's been pointed out a few times, the comparison to the Falcons losing Kyle Shanahan or the Bills losing Brian Daboll. On the surface of, if I am going to lose an elite play caller and the only way to keep him is to send my other coach out and keep the play caller, I would do that. Is Joe Brady on that level? I don't think so. Not yet. But, maybe he can continue to grow. People evolve. Play callers evolve. You get better and better over time. And the other thing, I'm going to say something here like in Joe Brady's corner. The other thing about this is, as we learn about all the new candidates, all the other candidates, what did I see? I saw articles about Grant Udinski in Minnesota. He comes with the Kevin O'Connell stamp of approval. That's important to me. He comes with the McVay stamp of approval. How about Davis Webb? All right, well, he's long been said to be on his way to being a head coach. Brian Daboll, I've seen the offense be just absolutely gangbusters with this quarterback. But for me, Udinski and Nate Schilhaas, the Rams passing game coordinator, to see guys come in with, whether it's the resume's light, but the references are off the charts, that's exciting. Brady could probably use a little bit of good PR right here. Somebody come out and say, hey, you know what? I thought about this guy. The only problem with that is that he can't get that from the outside. If somebody says that from the Bills, it could absolutely be true. I'd expect it to be true. And what would we say? Players that play for him, of course they're going to say nice things about him.
Yeah, the guy...
Udinski, for me, was just reading PR for 5 days and being I'm sold on this guy, even though he's not had the experience or whatever. And Brady, the build-up, the sale included none of that.
Well, what you want guys with credibility that have worked with him before that you would listen to and would glow him up.
Yes.
And who would that be?
But that aren't employed by the Bills.
No, right. So that would be if Sean Payton, who had him on his staff in New Orleans, went on a long soliloquy about how impressive he thinks Joe Brady is. Or maybe that would be if Justin Jefferson talked all about how great he was and all the things he did at LSU. Somebody like that.
Right. And I've got a little bit of that. When I tweeted out, there was there's a video at ESPN about LSU, and they called it the Summer of 10,000 Catches, where the entire offseason, Brady working with, as pass game coordinator, Chase and Terrace Marshall and Justin Jefferson, he would just throw them balls all the time, and they had to catch the ball, no matter where they were. There'd be a drill where they opened a door and threw a ball. You got to catch. Mm-hmm. They would wear, and this is the kind of stuff, maybe as Brady takes over more ownership, they would wear glasses that, if you're on the stream, you can see what I'm doing here. The receivers would, in routes, wear glasses that cut off their peripheral, only allowing them to see and focus directly in front of them. And Chase said that that's something that helped them track the ball and catch the ball in traffic. You train your eyes to be so focused on directly in front of you.
Right.
So these are things along the way. And I also think that with Brady in the Hard Knocks season, we saw a little bit of what he does, and I thought, he referred to a Joe Brady route. Here's Shavers running a Joe Brady route because it's just a cardio route to clear out. So you got to see a little bit of what he does. Mm-hmm. Understanding that so much of what happens is PR, I can admit the Udinski PR, the Schilhaus PR got me excited. And Brady didn't have any of that. Brady's PR is the frustrations of 3 straight playoff losses that I have. So if I get a little more of that, that might make me feel better. I'm looking for, and thanks, Chris Brown just texting this in. I thought I saw Rappaport say this, that Sean Payton was considering bringing him in if he lost Davis Webb, potentially to call plays as well. So, there's another one. Brady had a number of interviews. He didn't get any of these jobs. The Bills hang on to him. I don't think he's unqualified to be a coach, and we wondered if he would get this job. It just felt more like during the season, it might have trended more towards likely that Brady leaves and he ends up staying and getting elevated, and we see where it goes from here. I am hopeful it gets better. I am hopeful that, they are a little more honest internally, maybe not around the owner, Maybe they'd like to have the conversation with the owner, not in the room, about how, hey, we really need a lot of pieces here. Now that we're all staying, now that we both got promoted and we're safe and we've reset our timeline here, like, okay, we got to work on this roster. I got work to do. As opposed to kind of representing like it's good and Sean McDermott was simply sabotaging it. To me, that's the thing that is the least palatable.
Well, they definitely are, like, we'll see what they do in free agency in the draft. But there are more holes right now, more by volume, I would say, on the defense, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's close. It depends what they do with the linemen, right? It depends what they do with the linemen. Because if Edwards or McGovern are staying, it's one less. But if they both walk, then you got two. So the defense is, again, I think, from the organization, is more on trial here than the offense is. And you can defend that. I mean, you can say, like, oh, well, look at their rankings. You know, offense is up here, defense is down there. And down there is what? Like middle of the pack, a little bit below average from last year. It's not where I am. Like, I think with their personnel that their coaching did as well as you could. But the way they've sounded over the years about and their actions, even more than that, about drafting on that side of the ball, about signing on that side of the ball, and clearly I think they're at it. And Bean talking about the defense last year when he was on with us about the defense letting them down in previous playoff games. And then they fire McDermott, who was in charge of the defense, and now they're not even looking at bringing Bobby Babich back maybe if Jim Leonard gets the job. Like, the overhaul...
You would kind of hope they don't bring Babich back, and that's not even to say anything about Babich. Yeah. It's just if they do, it will not feel like they've changed anything.
But again, well, it will feel... Right, exactly. It feels to me like, you know, there are different layers here of what you think might have happened. Like, relationship deteriorating between Bean and McDermott, and the personnel thing that's getting mentioned from yesterday. Maybe it's that, you know, they don't want to be challenged on the roster, but also that they're purging the defense. They think that the way forward is we need to play different on that side of the ball. And whether that's the type of players we have, the type of scheme we have, because of how aggressive Jim Leonard's reputation is for the Denver defense was on that side of the ball. It's hiring Brady is just, to me, more evidence that they are okay with their results on offense.
803-0550. Thank you to Mark, who sent in a clip of Ed Orgeron talking about Joe Brady when he hired him at LSU. Quote, on Pardon My Take, Eddie O said, recognizing talent, that's part of my strength as a recruiter. When Joe came and spoke to our staff in the summer, I knew this guy was going to be a great coach. I mean, Ray Charles could see that bleep. Listen, I'm being honest about how we are sports fans. We are emotional beings. We are susceptible to PR and spin and everybody confirming their priors. Like, I'm here to tell you, I have no idea if Grant Udinski would do a better job than Joe Brady. Joe Brady might do a better job. Udinski might get a job next year and flame out. I have no idea who's going to be good. It was the references for Udinski and the tree that really sells the idea, because that tree has been able to bear lots of fruit. And for Brady, okay, he's got to find a way to get a little bit better, and I know he needs more talent. And I know his defense needs a lot more talent. It obviously, it would never happen in the NFL where, you know, someone has to be the head coach, someone has to be the coordinator. How many times has a head coach given up head coach and then just been an assistant, been passed over? Like, it doesn't ever happen. Right. Egos are involved, culture's involved. So anyway, if they came back with healthy defense, 2 new pieces, and, you know, better weapons on the outside, I'm ready to go ahead and say, like, go win it.
I mean, they are. You can laugh if you want, and, like, I know it's designed to get the bets on one side. They are the Super Bowl favorite for next year right now.
Well, it's been.
They were before they hired Joe Brady too, by the way. That didn't change, like, because they hired Brady.
Gotcha.
They were the Super Bowl favorite already.
Oscar in Rochester. Oscar, good morning.
Morning, guys. Just love you. Love everything that you do. I'm just calling with a question request for tomorrow's press conference, hoping you can pass it along to the reporter, or if anyone's listening. The question will answer a lot for me within the direction that we're going, and it's for Brandon Bean and for Brady. So we've heard trusted process in the early years. Defensively, we all understand what that process looked like for McDermott, but offensively, we understand the schemes. but what was the process? So across from Dable, Dorsey, and Brady, how much direct control did McDermott personally have over the offense? I want someone to specifically ask that if possible. And were the offensive coordinators running McDermott's visions, or were they limited in implementing their own? And then the last clarification is, were any of the offensive decisions constrained by McDermott's preferences, or did the coordinators have full control?
Yeah.
I think for me, that'll answer a lot, or a non-answer will tell me where we're going. So,
thanks, Oscar. One question for Brady, and maybe he won't know, game day decision-making staff. If it's a fourth down call, was the decision-making process that McDermott decides yes or no, and then who decides run or pass, and who decides what the call is? It's third and 2. Does McDermott say, I'd like a run? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. 4th and 3. McDermott says kick. What does Brady do? Is Joe Brady Mike Tomlin, or is he Dan Campbell? Like, these are big game day decision trends to learn about him. And I don't know that he'll tell us that on at noon tomorrow.
Right.
But he might indicate, I have a lot of respect for the advanced numbers. I think our game is going in the right direction. Like, we'll see what he says.
I would also imagine that it's a guess. I would guess he's going to be as aggressive on fourth downs at least as Sean McDermott was. McDermott ranked pretty highly in that department, like over the long term.
Pretty
right?
good. He got a little bit more
conservative at the
spooked.
end. Yeah. But over the long haul, McDermott ranked really well in that category. The guy is calling the plays. If he has any self-confidence in what his own play call is going, well, I guess now that I'm saying that, like in my head, it's you're calling the plays, you know what's next, you have confidence in a play working, you're going to go for it, right? More often.
Maybe.
Like that kind of makes sense in my head. But as I was laying that out, I'm thinking Sean McVay is weirdly conservative about fourth down decision making, usually, and he's like the best play caller in the world. So maybe it doesn't always go that way.
Right.
So I guess right. I'm saying I don't know. I would be surprised though if he was like Tomlin, where he's punting on 4th and 1 from the 39-yard line.
I've referenced this clip a million times, and it's Kyle Shanahan and Mike Pettin. You remember it?
Yep.
That Mike Pettin's the head coach of the Browns. Kyle Shanahan is their offensive coordinator. How about the Browns having Kyle Shanahan like on their staff at one point? Anyway, Pettin says, let's run it here. And Kyle Shanahan shoots him a look and just stares at him. And Pettin goes, all right, I trust you.
Yep.
But that could be any voice in the room. How much influence does McDermott have, to your question? Like, how much influence does he have over the roster? How much influence does he have over game day decision-making? You could have a boss that's hands-off and lets you do your thing, but if they walk in the room and say, I feel like you should probably attack it this way, but you can do what you want. You've been primed to think a little differently than you might have thought.
Right.
No matter what, for better or for worse. And maybe you take it your own direction and you succeed and the boss is happy. Or you take it their direction, and if it fails, you say, like, well, maybe next time you trust me. Like, there's a layer there that won't be there anymore. Like, I wonder about, like, and I'm not being snarky here, Brady called a couple trick plays. He wanted to get a little bit loose.
The hook and ladders?
Not just hook and ladders.
Because those were in desperation.
Throwback to Josh Allen in Baltimore that got him destroyed.
Yeah.
Bad one. Didn't work out. Sweeps to Curtis Samuel, to Dawson Knox.
The Dawson Knox one. That was a fumble.
Right.
Yeah.
A couple of these plays.
That's when McDermott said too cute.
Right. A couple of these plays got blown up. Like, I'm kind of actually leaning towards Brady here as something good that can come of this. I know those plays didn't work. But if Brady is more of a mind to get cute, it's only cute when it fails. When it works, it's smart. It's crafty. It's creative.
Genius.
Yeah, genius, right? Like, wow, what a call. Does Brady know, all right, well, I can't put this play in. My coach thinks it's cute, which means I can't put it in practice, which means I can't rep it 50 times in the next month. So an element, a small, tiny, little frill of my offense, I don't have. Now, again, McDermott called it cute when it didn't work. When it does work, what do we say? Great call. So maybe Brady thinks like, okay, Dawson Knox, we fumbled that sweep. I'm going to put that away for a while, but I'm going to make a point to see when I'll get that look from a team again, and we will rep it that week because I can't rep it in practice because my coach hates it. So there's one small potential wrinkle that you might get out of your offense that you had lost because the coach didn't approve. Is that too big of a leap? We're doing so much guessing, and here I feel like is a concrete example of the coach didn't like when you did a thing that didn't work, and that means you kind of had to pretend it didn't exist.
You're making a good point, and it's well laid out, and I'm not, boiling it all down to this one point, but as you're talking, all I'm thinking is, my God, they're just going to run more sweeps to Dawson Knox.
Well, that's not really
I
the
know,
point.
it's not your point.
That's not the point I'm making. It's just yeah.
Maybe just that one. Maybe that's the one we can keep on the side here. Dable ran trick plays, but Dable had a reputation, right, for being more like, I don't know, some of the Tyler Dunn piece and others, right? Like, he was maybe more like, I'm doing what I want.
Yeah.
And we'll fight about it after.
Right.
But combative even at times, so he ran trick plays. And a lot of his did work, right? John Brown throws a touchdown to Devin Singletary in a playoff game. And John Brown throws a touchdown to Josh Allen. Cole Beasley threw a touchdown. Also, they tried a fake QB sneak and threw it back to Singletary once against Pittsburgh and got stopped on a 4th down. So you had a lot more of them then. I guess that could be right. That more creativity with the offense, more things that he would be open to trying. I don't know if I'm afraid of that, though.
You might be afraid of it. But
I think I'm afraid of it.
The point for me is it's the smallest of, as we're making all these leaps, it's just he had to turn off that side of his potential quirks to the offense because it didn't work in week 4 and the coach got mad.
And we never saw that play again.
Right.
I don't think we saw that play
again. Maybe if it had not been a fumble and it had just been a play that won the game, or that whatever,
or
that went for 7 yards, maybe we see it against Denver on the final drive and it, you would never go to it again because you wouldn't rep it because you don't trust it because your coach got mad. All right, fine. I'll take that stuff out of the book. He doesn't like it.
So, some fake QB sneak stuff? Some fake tush push stuff?
Wouldn't that be cute?
Although tush push is probably getting banned now, right? Is McDermott still on the competition committee? Yes, right? Is he going to get banned?
He won't be on it anymore.
Why not?
You have to be a coach, don't you?
Do you? I don't know if you... I don't know. Isn't... How
could you be a coach and not be on the competition committee?
I thought I saw people... I guess maybe you do have to be employed. I mean, Tomlin was... Tomlin just got fired. All right, maybe you're right.
803-0550, our number. Good conversation. Good stuff. I don't think it all... I said this right after McDermott got fired in the press conference. It was not a great press conference. It can be chaotic, and you can be, and I am, uncertain and have doubts, but I don't want people to be like, oh, remember when you guys all said it would be a disaster? Like, that's not where I'm at. Having doubts is fine. You are not required to support every single thing your team does. Kind of can't imagine doing it, Your team does stuff, you agree, you disagree, you want something else, but, you put on the hat and you go to the new stadium. New stadium.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
It will be fun.
Who
are they going to open with?
We were planning a group of friends of mine, our yearly fantasy football getaway, and we had planned it for the weekend of August 28th, and then it was brought up, wait a minute, that's week 3 of the preseason. What if the Bills are hosting their first preseason game in the new stadium? People are going to want to go to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Assuming they'll have preseason games in the new stadium, right?
Yeah, at least one.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Will that be the absolute most insane preseason atmosphere ever? They'll sell it out.
Every seat will be filled, right?
And we'll get loud, right? Like, hey, let's see how loud it gets in here.
Really take it for a spin?
Will it be
like a test drive?
Will it be a playoff atmosphere?
Let's see how fast this baby goes. Come on. Let's push it. Let's go 90 on the freeway with it.
Yes. The opposing team's getting delay of game penalties and false starts in the preseason.
It's week 3 of the preseason, too. It's the final week. So some poor fourth-string quarterback is going to go like an undrafted kid from Southeast Missouri State. It's going to come in and start. He's going to have the loudest crowd he's ever seen in his life.
Be like playing at Death Valley on a Saturday night.
The train horns
week
going
3
off.
Of the preseason.
It's third down. And this guy's just like, what is happening? Yeah, maybe. Although I think they might have 2 home preseason games this year if I've looked recently like what they do every other. So maybe that won't be the first one.
Yeah. All right. 803-0550 our number. More of your phone calls and more of this. Been fun breaking it down with you here on WGR.
The other part of it that I think is unraveling is the idea that Sean McDermott was fired because of hitting the proverbial playoff wall and not because of some power play or some internal relationship that fell apart in the Bills front office and McDermott. Because if the playoff wall was the reason you got rid of the last coach, you are keeping someone who was a part of that.
Yeah, big part of it.
A big part of it. All the failures in the fourth quarter and overtime and 3 consecutive playoff losses, he's the coordinator for. And you're signing up for that going forward. If it was all about the playoff wall, then how are the GM and the offensive coordinator still going? That doesn't add up. So to me, I'm left to believe, any thought that McDermott's relationship and maybe his questioning of the roster would have been a much bigger piece of it than just, they just lost to Denver. And then they lost the 2 games to Kansas City. Yep. That was the reason why McDermott was gone from the last 3 years. I don't buy it. Doesn't make sense. And also the personnel part of it that you're seeing reported from Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport about how Joe Brady was aligned on personnel.
The quote is the alignment is important between coaching and player personnel. He understood the relationship between that. What does that mean?
That doesn't sound good either, because that sounds to me like, there were reports about McDermott questioning the roster. He kind of did that openly also during the season in the press conferences. And that sounds to me like you're hiring a coach who knows he's not going to question that. That it's not his place to say, oh no, our roster isn't good enough. You leave that to the GM. And if he thinks the roster is good enough, then that's what goes.
That's what it is, right?
So to me, like that lines up with a lot of the reasons we thought McDermott got fired, that they were trying to dispel in the press conference. And I think hiring Brady reinforces them.
Yeah, it's a very scary idea. Not that this is the truth, but there is some belief. It's a scary idea that merely thinking your roster is not as good as the GM is a problem. The GM thinks it's a certain level of good. Sir, I do not think it's that good.
Joe Brady was the first interview they had here. They never interviewed anyone a second time. They went through a lot of first interviews. They never got to Clint Kubiak because they couldn't. So who knows if that would have been something on the menu this week. Probably would have at least talked to him, right? That being said, we also knew, because Terry Bagula said it, Josh Allen was going to have a seat at the table in some capacity. He was going to be involved in the process and part of the team to, select the new head coach. And when you hear that, you have to know that means Joe Brady, Brian Daboll, people that Josh has a relationship with, are going to be squarely in the mix. So to get to this point can't be super stunning, but I did not think they would go in-house. But this tells me that it doesn't have to be Josh picking the coach, but he certainly can't be against it, right? He's got to endorse it in some way, and that's where I land on Joe Brady.
Get you some Sabres chatter here. Sabres beat the Leafs last night, and Toronto is going through it.
Exhilarating.
Yes.
Yep.
Rasmus Dahlin, a hat trick, the first of his NHL career. And the Sabres win. They have 65 points. They are 6 clear of the first team out, and that's the Florida Panthers.
They lost last night to Utah.
Yeah.
Out of town scoreboard watching. Paul, you're at the game, so you're not doing this, I'm sure. I've got like 2 or 3 games going at all times now when the Sabres are on.
I have enough trouble trying to concentrate on one game.
Yeah.
But, hey, guys, I have a question for you.
Okay.
When was the last time I could come on to your show and say to you, well, you probably didn't have a show together, but say to you, the Buffalo Sabres are a much better team than the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Been a while.
Not that I can remember. No, I was probably in high school or before that.
Not just a better team. I think they're a much better team. I mean, that was the Leafs' 5th straight loss at home.
Yeah. Turns out losing a Selke winning 100-point player.
Nominee,
Sorry, Selke nominee. A consistent Selke nominee 100-point player hurts. That's what Toronto's going through.
Well, they've given up 6 goals at least. I think it's 5 of their last 8 games. Like, they cannot keep the puck out of their own net, too.
Yeah, that hurts, definitely. But it has to be more than that, too. I mean, Austin Matthews is so good, he is going to get points. But I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't all that impressed with him last night. He just looked down. You know, he doesn't look like Austin Matthews, and he had a goal and 2 assists.
They got to trade him.
Great players can still get points even when they're not doing well. But I just thought to myself, I said to Pat Malacaro, I said, he just doesn't look with it.
Yeah, well, we talked to Mike Zeisberger yesterday, Paul, and he said that one thing they're talking a lot about in Toronto this year is if Matthews is supposed to be like one of the 5 best centermen in the league, then where is the, Crosby making Kunitz better, the McDavid making Zach Kassian a $5 million player? Like, where is the you're making other line mates a lot better? Because that hasn't really happened for him this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he, as I said, he had a goal and 2 assists. He was 14-3 on faceoffs. I mean, he had, 7 shot attempts. I just was underwhelmed. I really was. I just expect more out of Austin Matthews because I think he's such a great player. When I show up, I just expect more than what it's just like his mannerisms. He just looks like ugh. It's like he feels it just down. He looks beaten to me.
Yeah. Well, last night, Paul, I mean, we get to a lot of the moments too, but there were, even when the Sabres weren't scoring, like the second period was a little of this. There were so many shifts where Toronto was just hemmed in their own end for minutes on end. I mean, they scored 7. I don't want to say they could have scored more, but there were a lot.
No, they could have.
Yeah, it does feel like they could have, right?
Yeah, and it's the way they're scoring goals. I mean, and I talked to Josh Doan about this at the end of the first period when he came off the ice and we did our interview. They had a couple of goals already that went in off of Leafs. But, yeah, okay, they're lucky goals. I understand that. But the Sabres are making their own luck. Why does Dahlin get his first goal? Because Zucker is going to the net and he brings a Leaf with him. And Dahlin makes a great read, comes in on the left side, gets the puck, trying to get it to Zucker, but he's also trying to get the puck to the paint. Because Lindy Ruff talks about how get the puck in there, get it bouncing around. That's what he did. He got it to the paint. It goes in off a Leaf. You got a goal. Doan's goal on the power play. He turns, goes to the net. It goes in off a Leaf stick. And you got another goal. Why? Because you're doing the right things. You got the players. You're in position to make your own breaks. You're there. If you're playing on the perimeter, you don't score either one of those goals. But since you're going to the net and you're getting pucks and people to the net, you get a break then. And you get 2 breaks. How many times did you hear fans and maybe yourselves say in past years, how come the Sabres never get those types of goals? How come the Sabres never get a break? The Sabres just lost 4-2, and 3 goals went in off a Sabre defenseman. How come the Sabres never get those breaks? Because they play on the perimeter. In those games. and they're not around the net like the opponent is. And they scored a bunch of goals that way just by being where they were supposed to be. And the way I like to say it, they make their own luck.
Paul Dahlin last night, he gets the hat trick, 5 points. The personal things he's going through on top of it, like it's a great story right now. Him on the ice, and that, I mean, overall, even without the goals, that might have been his best game of the year.
Well, look at the performance, and he's starting to come on. It's not just 3 goals and 2 assists. He played 26-24. He had 10 shot attempts, 1 block shot. I mean, just all the different things he was doing. I love the 1 goal where he's coming in from the left point, and he's in the left circle. He sees now the Sabres are very good because now the defense are activating. Byram almost got a tip-in goal too. But while they're activating, the forwards are recognizing it, and they're covering up for the defense. Dahlin said after the game, he goes, I looked over, and the forward had covered up for me, so I went to the net. He was in the left circle. He went to the net. You're not expecting Rasmus Dahlin to be standing in the crease tipping in Samuelson's shot.
Right.
But there he is. It's a great read by both the forward to cover up for Dahlin, so Dahlin can just keep going from the left circle, read the play, go to the net, and tip in a Samuelson shot, who had 3 assists, by the way. It's just, those types of things. And as I said, right after that, Byram almost tipped one in. And the same thing, and I look up. Sure enough, they have a guy covering up. They're just playing in sync with each other, and it's a fun thing to see.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline as we break down Sabres and Leafs from last night. You got something? I was going to talk about Luukkonen.
Yeah, I was going to get to the goaltending.
Like Colton Ellis goes in. Paul, this 3-goalie rotation, which was once a problem, they've had somebody get hurt pretty consistently. It's like they're all taking turns missing time. And if Luukkonen's going to miss time again, nice job by Colton Ellis to go in cold, and get the job done. And you might feel like as long as they got 2 of the 3 healthy, they should be in a good spot. And, of course, we hope that Luukkonen doesn't miss too much time. Joe brings up the point about the Olympics. Like, he's playing really well, and it'd be really bad news if he just caught such a bad break.
I feel bad for him. I think maybe he could have gotten some games with Finland the way he's been playing, and I thought to myself, ooh, that was a bad rebound. Then I realized he got hurt on the goal. So, you got to give him a little grace there. I mean, and because if you watched it, they put out a replay where after the goal, he got up on his knees and he stayed there. It was like, and you could tell he was in difficulty, and then he left right after the next whistle and had to leave. So that's unfortunate for him that he is playing so well. And it's I feel bad for him, too, because it's the 28th. And if this is something that even keeps him out a couple of weeks, he's not going to be able to go to the Olympics. Mm-hmm. And it's because he's got to also put the Buffalo Sabres first. As much as the Olympics mean to his country in Finland, he can't sit there, well, I'm kind of okay, I'm just going to go. He's got to put the Buffalo Sabres first and make sure he's ready, whatever this might be, by the time they get out of the Olympic break. So I just feel bad for him because there's probably a pretty good chance that he's going to miss the Olympics. But we don't know. I'm speculating here, and I don't like speculating on injuries. But you can just tell the way he was on his knees and stayed there that it's something that probably I don't think you're going to see him pop up at practice today.
Right. And he definitely had a shot, I think, to play. I mean, Saros might have got the start just because he's the veteran, but he struggled a lot this year. So until the Olympic break then, Paul, it's 5 more games. And if just for sake of conversation, we said Luukkonen was out for those 5 games. I mean, they really, not that you're running from Ellis. Ellis has been okay. He just hasn't been as good as the other 2. You got 5 games. Only one of them is a back-to-back. Like, really, if Lyon keeps playing well, you could just go 4 Lyon and 1 Ellis.
It's funny that Ellis is 7-4. I didn't think he played all that great. Well, yeah, you know what? I'll let me say that differently. I didn't think he played all that great until the third period. He did make a couple of good saves in the third period. He just didn't look great, but there have been games where he's won where he hasn't played all that great, but he gets the win, and the team gets the win, and he didn't face a lot of shots. There was a lot of inactivity for him during that game, But I would be surprised if Lindy Ruff continued alternating like he's been doing lately.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because a lot of people were asking, why isn't Lyon in net for this game? He's coming off a shutout. Luukkonen has never beaten the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I think it's easy. Lindy Ruff has had a lot of success recently in alternating the two goaltenders, and for the most part, they've both played very, very well. Luukkonen hadn't won a road game all year, and he put him in against New Jersey and didn't play him in the home game right before, and it worked. He played a great game in New Jersey and won the game. So, you look at it that way that, but
it would just be the back-to-back then, you think, right? Like,
I think right now,
Monday,
we'll see.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Because Lyon had the night off. By the way, just so people know what the rule is, Lyon is dressed. Once Luukkonen gets hurt and is out, Lyon is dressed, but he has to stay in the locker room because he's a scratch. So he now becomes the emergency goalie. He's kind of the e-bug. So he can dress, but he can't come out to the bench and play. And the only way he can go into the game is if Ellis gets hurt. So Lyon was dressed. He was sitting in the locker room, ready to go if he had to, just like Luukkonen was when Ellis got the concussion in Edmonton. Luukkonen sat in their locker room as the e-bug. So just so folks know, yes, the Sabres could have used Lyon, because a couple people asked me, and he was ready to go if they needed him, but he just can't come out to the bench.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. We'll get to the Olympic break, and then we'll talk trade ideas. I had somebody clarify something for me.
Yeah.
Is the cap long-term injured reserve? Can the Sabres go over the cap if they were to LTIR and Josh Norris? Is the rule that you have to field a cap-compliant roster on the ice in the playoffs?
No, I think that's starting next year.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go over the cap in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like when Tampa went on their runs, they were at like $115 million.
Yeah.
When the cap was like 80.
Vegas has done it. Florida's done it.
Is the future rule going to be that the roster on the ice must be cap compliant?
I believe that is it.
Not your books.
Yeah, not the books. The roster on the ice.
Okay, because if that starts to get exciting, because then it becomes like if you're any old team, like, oh, so my Jeff Skinner buyout is not on my books anymore. I just got $4 million in space.
Right.
Okay. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Or,
next year, I think Skinner is 6 actually. But yeah.
Okay.
he
so
bumps up next year.
Take that number down because I can go over the cap with
with
LTIR. So I would just injure.
I think that's right.
Injured reserve a guy, and then tonight Luukkonen's not going to play my $735,000, and I'm going to dress this player instead, or. Like Greenway would come off their books if he doesn't play in the playoffs, or Justin Danforth, or anyway.
That'd be interesting. I got to make sure that's how that would work.
These are things we're going to have to read up on.
Yeah, that'll be next year.
I believe it's pronounced playoffs.
Yeah. Right. They have the 5th least cap space in the league right now today, $2.5 million. So if they wanted to do something at the deadline, they're either going to have to put people on long-term injured reserve or they're going to have to trade guys out. By the way, at the moment, they've not used LTIR at all this year. I mean, Norris is the bigger conversation, right? Justin Danforth, you might be asking, who is that?
Right, he's on the team.
Played one game. He's on your books at $1.8 million right now. He could have just been on LTIR all season and created 1.8. I mean, they even needed it, I guess. But you could do that. Kulik is $900K. I mean, that's $2.5 million right there, and now you're up to $5 million. And again, Norris is the bigger part, because if you want to create $7.9 million and say, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna sit you out until day 1 of the playoffs, and we'll activate you then, and hopefully you're 100% by then. Then we activate you, and now we have Josh Norris and some $6 million player that you added at the deadline.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. The emotional reaction to Joe Brady, the logical side of it, and how you're dealing with it, you can give us a ring tomorrow. The press conference is at noon. And we'll carry that live here on WGR. Extendo Sports, and then we pass things off to Sal on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
You have some, I think, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, and one of them is, maybe, with McDermott out of the way, that Brady can now do all the things that maybe he wanted to do. Maybe McDermott was holding him back. And to me, like, well, the only thing you would be held back from doing that this offense didn't do in recent years was nothing down the field, real routes, wide receiver, right? Like the run game is there. The short passing game, we know they hammer that to death. We know that Allen does his thing, but getting open down the field. What has McDermott been asking for? He said it. He said it in a press conference 2 years ago. I know because it was one of the clips in our wide receiver open going into the draft was McDermott saying we need explosive plays. And then he called the offense too cute on multiple occasions. He talked up Jacoby Myers and other receiver stuff. So to me, like, it sounded like McDermott was the one that wanted the stuff that wasn't there, not, well, no, it's McDermott's fault that they didn't have that. I mean, that's not the signs that he was giving out. So I'm hopeful that maybe they get there, but it wouldn't be to me because Sean McDermott wanted them to be some pack-it-in offense that was all around the line of scrimmage.
I think it's his offense. I think that's what it is. It's not McDermott holding
Brady's.
back.
Brady's.
Yeah, right, yep. I think it's Brady's offense. Maybe they'll evolve.
Let's start there. I'll give a brief little thought on each one. All right, so when I saw about Belichick not getting in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot, I immediately thought I should tweet out, guys, I am not a Hall of Fame voter. Please don't blame this on me. I did not do this because I have been the number one person on this radio station for quite a while, I think, saying and believing, and I still believe this, Bill Belichick is not the greatest coach of all time. I do believe he's the most accomplished coach of all time. I've said that. There's a big difference. That doesn't mean I don't think he's not great. He definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. You know why, guys? Because the Hall of Fame is about accomplishments. That's what it is. And he is the most accomplished coach ever. So, and people have always asked, well, who's the greatest? And Joe, you guys know I've said this before. I hold Joe Gibbs up there as the greatest ever, and I say it's because he won 3 Super Bowls with 3 non-Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Went to 4 of them in a 12-year period. Now we can quibble about it. That's fine. There are other coaches I think who are also up there as doing great coaching jobs. But no doubt, Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot is pretty ridiculous. He should be in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. And the fact that Bill Polian is at the center of this is kind of comical, actually. He's a guy that, remember a few years ago, he said the Bills' offensive line was old and unathletic, and the Bills took a lot of exception to that. Eric Wood, they broke the drought, and then they tweeted out after they broke the drought about, hey, we're old and unathletic or something like that. I think that was that year that happened.
Dom Lecision, data cruncher, number guy for The Athletic. Latest playoff odds for the Buffalo Sabres. Percentage to make the playoffs. Joe? Going? Joe?
63 is my guess.
72.
68.
Although Dom's model was very favorable to them at the beginning of the year, so maybe it is in the 70s. Go ahead.
What's today? January 28th? Yeah. Sabres, 76%.
Look at that.
To make the division final.
Wow.
The division final?
Division
so that's
final.
the second round?
Yep.
Okay.
27%. Conference final, 7%. Cup final, 2.3%. They've got the
Kesselring's out here talking about the Stanley Cup Finals.
Right.
He said we need to start thinking about how we'll play once we get there.
Good.
Cart before the horse. All right, fine.
It's good to have goals. It's good to have goals. All right. That's it for us. We're back tomorrow. Press conference tomorrow at noon. Sabres and Kings tomorrow as well on WGR.